20th All India Management Students Convention 2021. Future-proof your career for success. Madras Management Association MMA was established in 1956 with the objective of promoting management education, training and development activities in this part of the country. The vision of MMA is to be the fountainhead of the world-class management excellence in India. With over 8,000 corporate houses, professionals, academics and executives as members, MMA fosters and nurtures management expertise by combing Indian ethos with global management thoughts and practices. Every year, MMA organizes about 750 executive development activities, including seminars for top management. Over 59,000 executives and entrepreneurs have participated in MMA's regular events. With the same zeal of promoting management expertise of business professionals, MMA also molds future managers with its constant innovative programs tailor-made for students. MMA All India Management Students Convention. Management students are the future managers of India, on whom lies the responsibility of realizing the $5 trillion economy of India's dreams. MMA has been spearheading this movement and dream for practicing managers and management students. MMA launched its first All India Management Students Convention on the theme Transformation from Managers to Leaders in 2002. In these 20 years, the Management Students Convention has evolved and grown to be considered to be one of the landmark events for the year for management students in the country. This is a one-of-its-kind convention that showcases the untapped management talent of students to industry and provides a forum for institutes to benchmark themselves against the best. The convention also provides an opportunity to the students to learn from practicing management professionals and thought leaders. The MMA All India Management Students Convention is a prestigious event in India.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the Madras Management Association's Students' Convention, which has been held since the year 2002. It has been a roaring success as MMA, in its every vision, has propagated the idea of management across the nation. Distinguished delegates, distinguished speakers, past presidents, members of the managing committee, members of the secretariat led by Group Captain Vijay Kumar, and students of this nation. Welcome once again. MMA has been propagating the idea of management since 2002 in the form of a students' convention, and every year we have a person as high a stature of, say, Mr. Mahalingam this year, who is the chairman of the convention committee and the vice president of the Madras Management Association. This year he is assisted by Mr. Shankar, who is the vice chairman of the convention committee. The theme for this year, after great deliberations, has been set as future-proof career for success for the students. It is simple. All you have to see is how management has taken the nation forward since its first inception in 1960, when the Indian Institutes of Management were founded. Your past education in whatever faculty it may have been, the management education brings forth an encapsulation of all your faculties, of all your abilities together to take an organization forward. It is a glamorous role to be in, and I am sure all of you are very proud to be there today. But as students, if I were to speak to you, allow me 3 points which I would like to make forward, which I would like to put forward for your possible consideration, nuggets of wisdom which has been passed on to me, which I would like to share today. The first one is a quote from Mark Twain. He said, I've learned to separate learning from education. So what's the feature here? Learning. All of us go through education in schools and colleges. But you must focus on the key point. What have I learned? This is the key. This is the first nugget that I have been told. The second one comes from a Hollywood movie, a dialogue. Some of you may have seen the movie called Doctor Strange. It features an American actor called Benedict Cumberbatch, where he plays the role of a neurosurgeon, highly successful, but his faculties fail when he has an accident. And overnight, from a highly successful surgeon, he becomes a virtual liability as he feels himself to be. And he searches for a redemption, he searches for a solution, he searches for what he can do anymore. So therefore he goes to visit, of course this is a fantasy movie, so I'm not suggesting that this is going to happen in actual life, but it's a good metaphor to be used. So he goes in search of a place where he finds what he calls the old one, where a lady is supposed to have been living for 3,000 years, who's supposed to be very spirited and knows what life and soul actually is. In one of her preachings to him, she tells him, Dr. Strange, you have been watching through your keyhole and you are trying to widen the keyhole to see what your world can possibly be. These are not the exact words, but it's something like that. She says, do not widen the keyhole. The idea is to open the door and walk into the room. The perception what I'm trying to make good here is, it's possible that your management education could be another keyhole through which you're trying to view the world. Please use it as a faculty which will support you in your overall growth, and be wary of its pitfalls when it actually comes to real life. The third part is something of a nature which you could possibly alter. Something called the attitude. I mean, all of us know, everybody tells us, have a good attitude. But how do you cultivate such attitude? I have one solution, if you may wish to try. Count your blessings. If you count your blessings, you will know how fortunate you have been. As one said, all of us have misfortunes. All of us have fortunes. But you must count the number of fortunes that you have. This will bring an awareness as to see how lucky and how fortunate you are in real life. The other part is on time management. We all are always told how to manage time, how to allocate time, how to cut the tasks, etc., etc. But I would like to share with you something called an Eisenhower matrix. Eisenhower matrix is something that in the Second World War, the General Eisenhower had formulated a matrix called the Eisenhower matrix. It's typically a 2x2 matrix, which essentially summarizes saying that what is urgent is seldom important, and what is important is seldom urgent. If you are able to think and identify when is a sense of urgency and when is it that such a task is important, you will be able to focus on the tasks ahead. A management education will give you tremendous depth into various faculties, various fraternities, such whether it is finance or culture or human relations or even a simple thing as managing people. But if you can separate the grain from the chaff and identify how you can take a small unit forward, identifying the key issues, you would be able to go ahead much faster, much quicker, and yet you will remain humble and you will understand, most importantly, the word of humility. Today, you have an array of brilliant speakers who are going to speak to you. Please listen to each and every word, to every nugget of wisdom they share with you. This is what will take you in your life forward. God bless you and all the best.
Good morning, dear students and management professionals. A very warm welcome to all of you to the 20th All India Management Students Convention of the Madras Management Association. Madras Management Association launched its first convention 20 years back in 2002 with the theme Transforming Managers to Leaders. Over the years, this convention has evolved and grown into a landmark event for management students professionals across the country. It offers three unique benefits. Firstly, it offers students a platform to showcase their untapped talents to industry. It also offers the opportunity for institutes to benchmark each other against each other. Finally, the really unique opportunity is for students and management professionals to learn from practicing managers and thought leaders. It is with pride and pleasure that we bring to you this year's convention with the theme Future-Proof Your Career for Success. The topic was selected after much deliberation. Given the circumstances, we thought it would be very appropriate. Students and management professionals have gone through many crises and disruptions over the last 2 years. They are just actually coming back to work and to class. We thought it would be the right time for them to refresh, recharge, and reboot and look ahead to career goals. The pandemic has really turned our lives upside down. It has changed the way we work, they changed the way we consume, and the change we actually learn also. Many industries have suffered a lot because of the lockdowns. Many have got shut. It's been crisis time for many verticals and industries. But in the midst of all this, many opportunities have emerged. New business models, new innovations, new industries, and even some of the industries older have come back with vigor and vim. So it's actually a great time for students like you to step into the working world. It's really a big opportunity, and I would look at it positively. Given the fact that these times are not only times of crisis but times of opportunity, it's good to take a pause and see how to take your career ahead. All of us have career aspirations, what we want to be maybe 15, 20 years from now, even later, ultimately what we would like to be. But all of it doesn't happen in one go. It's important to define career aspirations and break them into short-term and mid-term career goals and work towards that. Get inputs, reskill yourself. All this is necessary to reach your ultimate career aspiration and ambitions. In today's session, we have put together 5 special events actually. Some of them focusing on core skill sets, how to build your career in the fast-growing growth tech space, how to skill yourself in the fast emerging AI, IoT, and ML space. We're also going to bring to you the soft elements of how to appreciate life. And finally, most importantly, how to plan your finances for tough times. These sessions will feature thought leaders, industry leaders, and the best brains in the business. So it's important that you soak as much of it in. I promise you, not only will you learn a lot, but you will find it extremely absorbing and interesting. I thank all the management institutes, the students, for participating in large numbers. I understand close to 30,000 students are participating in today's event, basically. So it's really a big event. I ask you to, implore you to make most of these sessions and learn and enjoy. I also wish to thank Group Captain Vijay Kumar and the Secretariat for putting this together. Without him, none of this would have been possible. To conduct the event virtually is not easy. Actually, it's more difficult than conducting it physically. I also wish to thank the committee members, the president, and the student convention committee members for helping me put this together. Have a great session, learn a lot, enjoy a lot. I am sure you would have future-proofed your career for success a lot more than you would have before this session. Thank you. Learn a lot, have a great time, enjoy the sessions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. It's once again my proud privilege to be here this morning to declare the results of the competitions held as a prelude to All India Management Student Convention. As a part of the convention, MMA conducts a number of competitions because competition is the only way where we can kindle the thought process of many students, and they know to compete and as a team, as an individual, and win laurels not only for themselves but also for the college which they represent. This year we conducted competitions under 4 segments. We did a paper presentation competition where the students were asked to write a written content. Thereafter they were put before the preliminary jury, then the final jury for an oral evaluation. Similarly, we also had a business plan competition because India, I think the way we are reaching the unicorn, there are going to be a number of startups which is going to come up. We thought the business plan is very, very important actually for an entrepreneur. We did a business plan where the student had to come and discuss the business plan along with his partners, and the presentations were again evaluated by the venture capitalists, chartered accountant and entrepreneurs, and we select the best 3 and give the cash award. We also conduct a very management quiz because quiz is a way of activity of MMA. Every weekend, Saturdays and Sunday, we conduct a number of quizzes for all the members of MMA, and the students got addicted to the quiz, and this time the quiz really attracted more than 280 participants. And the quiz is again conducted in 2 rounds, preliminary and pre-finals. And the finals is done at MMA Management Center live because we do not want, we want a total transparency in conduct of the quiz. It's happened in MMA live. The last and the final competition what we conduct is the big debate. Debate is the only way you can express yourself. Not only you discuss what your point of view, put forth your point of view, you also give a rebuttal, because at the end of the day as a corporate leader, one should have a very good debating skill to put forth your points, and we thought this skill is very, very essential for the management students. These are the 4 competitions. I am glad to share with you more than 350 teams participated in various competitions, due to which we had to have multiple sessions with multiple preliminary jury, then final, and now we are going to declare the results of the. Before the results are declared, let me also take this opportunity to thank large number of people who made this convention a grand success. First, the sponsors, whose names are regularly displayed on the screen. Without their support, we couldn't have brought such an outstanding convention to you. Thereafter, I would like to thank the convention chairperson, Mr. Mali, and the vice chairman, Mr. Shankar, and the entire team of MMA Management Committee, the president, Mr. Subbarao, and also my team from MMA led by Mr. Good Captain Venkat, who put in tremendous effort to bring together various competitions and putting to the students and compiling and getting the various things organized for bringing to a great convention today. I also thank Aravind, the quiz master, who put together a great quizzing competition, both online, offline, which is held at MMA Management Center. Thank you, Aravind, for putting together some outstanding quiz. And webcast partner, Shankar, technically who worked together with us. And more than anything, the distinguished speakers work really come forward to come and speak to each one of us. The speakers, you can just click on the screen, you know the agenda on the speakers. We have been able to put together some outstanding teams with some outstanding brilliant speakers in the respective field. I am quite sure Mali has already told you the speakers who are going to be talking to us this morning. And let me again thank you students for watching in large number. At the end of the day, we have been told that over 1 lakh people watched this convention live over a period, and today is my proud privilege to declare the results of the competition held as a part of MMA Student Convention. May the AV of the result please. my compliments to all the management students who won in the competitions. This is a very, very important milestone in your career. You must keep winning because winning is a habit. We have given a prize money of over ₹1,20,000 to all the competitions. Thank you for participating, not only participating and winning and bringing laurels to institution which you belong. Thanks once again, and now we move on to the special sessions by outstanding speakers for which you are all eagerly awaiting to listen. Over to the special sessions, please.
Gopi Kalayil, Chief Evangelist, Digital Transformation and Strategy at Google Board, Advisor to the CEO Plato. He works with Google's sales teams and customers and helps grow customer brands through digital marketing. In his prior roles, he worked as Chief Evangelist for Google+, led the marketing team for the company's flagship advertising product, AdWords in the Americas and Asia Pacific, and the marketing team for AdSense, Google's publisher-facing product. While a consultant with McKinsey & Company, he has also led large information technology projects for global corporations in India, China, and the US. Gopi earned his bachelor's degree in electronics engineering from the NIT in India. He received his master's in business administration, degrees from the IIM and the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. He is an avid yoga practitioner, triathlete, public speaker, global traveler, and Burning Man devotee. He has spoken at TEDx, Renaissance Weekend, the World Peace Festival, and Wisdom 2.0. He hosts a TV program on cable and YouTube called Change Makers.
Hello and welcome. In order to address the topic of how to future-proof your career for success, I want to start off by asking you a question. How many organs are there in your body? Think about it for a minute. Now, if you're not sure, you can always ask Google, and Miss Google will tell you that there are 78 organs in the human body. And today I want to introduce you to the 79th organ in the human body, which is this little device that you hold in the palm of your hand, your mobile phone. And you might think, why do I call it the 79th organ? But it is in very many ways like the 79th organ in your body. It has a skin, you touch it, it responds. It has ears, you speak to it, it understands. It has a voice, it can talk to you. It has eyes because it can see things around you and recognize faces, objects, etc. And it seems to have this incredible innate intelligence because you can ask it almost any question, and it seems to be able to tap into the collective knowledge available to humanity and give you the best answer. And this little device that you carry in the palm of your hand has this enormous capability where it can give you directions if you're going from Chennai to Mysore. It can order food for you. It can call a car to your door to take you to the airport. You can pay at various merchants with it, so it becomes like a payment mechanism. And it's a source of endless music and entertainment and news and information, etc. All of this bundled into this very, very tiny device in the palm of your hand. And the reason I'm using this example is any one of the use cases that I just mentioned, ordering food, ordering a ride, finding a room to stay in when you travel, making your payment, access to entertainment, all of these have become entire subclasses of industries with its own career track. None of this was available 15 years ago. The iPhone itself was only introduced in 2007. So it is a very recent phenomenon, all coming from one tiny device you carry in the palm of your hand with entire classes of industries and career streams that have come out of it, and all driven by human ingenuity. So I'm using this example, this one small piece of technology as an example to showcase how much opportunity now exists in terms of career paths and career tracks that all of you have, that I did not have when I was starting my career years ago. So congratulations, you are stepping into this incredible array of opportunity. But that also begs the question, how do you navigate your way through all this? How do you future-proof your career so that you are staying in step with all of these opportunities and take full advantage? And to answer that question, I have 5 recommendations or suggestions. The first is Pick a career track that gives you the most meaning and context. No matter what you pick, you need to have a sense of purpose. Now, this is a lesson I learned early on from somebody I respect a lot, David Pottruck. David used to be the CEO of Charles Schwab. When I joined Wharton as a young MBA student or grad, there was a series of talks that we had access to at Wharton where CEOs of big companies invited to come and speak to the students. So in my first month at Wharton, David Pottruck was one of the invited guests, and I got a chance to meet with him and have dinner with him later. And when we asked him about how he had made his career track choices, how he future-proofed his career, he said the first job he picked right when he graduated from Wharton was not based on prestige, was not based on the highest salary, but he picked the job that gave him the most meaning, context, a sense of purpose and fulfillment. And he said he did it for his second job and third job, and he kept doing it. And in each job, he outperformed because he was in love with his job. He had complete meaning and context in his job, and therefore that led to him becoming the CEO of Charles Schwab eventually. And I took that advice to heart, and I've followed it ever since. And I've always asked the question when I pick a job or a career or a project within a career, is this going to fulfill me because I see meaning and context in this particular role? Let me step back and give you an example of how it can be actually defined in the context of an entire company. If you were to look at the founders of Google, where I work currently, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, when they started the company in 1998, they came up with a mission statement that had just 10 words in it. And in 10 words, they articulated very clearly the meaning and purpose of the company, the mission of the company, so every employee could easily understand it. And those 10 words were: organize the world's information, make it universally accessible and useful. Organize the world's information, make it universally accessible and useful. And in those 10 words, it was very clear what was the purpose of that company. And what I've noticed over the years is how Googlers often take that purpose and meaning and contextualize it for themselves in their own personal way, so that it goes from a corporate mission statement to your personalized mission statement to you creating meaning and context in a very, very personal sense. Let me give you an example of that in my own sense. My roots go back to a tiny rice farming village in Palakkad, Kerala called Chittilancheri. It's a small village, mostly rice farmers. This is where my grandparents were poor rice farmers. My parents were children of two poor rice farming families, and they grew up very modestly, without electricity, without running water, without access to college education. And when they finished high school level education in the village, their education pretty much stopped. But they had aspirations for their 4 kids that we would go on to do other things in life, we would have better education. And thanks to those aspirations, their 4 children, me and my 3 siblings, went on to get 10 advanced degrees, including 2 from US Ivy League business schools, even though my parents had never set foot in America. So you might ask the question, what caused that kind of social mobility in one generation? And it was simply access to information. But when we were growing up, it was very slow access. I remember when I was at the National Institute of Technology in Trichy, and I needed to decide which graduate schools to apply to in the US. I took an 8-hour train journey, the Rockford Express from Tiruchi to Chennai, so that I could go to the USIS library and look at a physical copy of the US World News Guide to Graduate Schools. But I was willing to make that 8-hour train journey in order to get access to that particular report. Today, 8 seconds seems too long because we've gotten used to access to information in much more faster ways. But back then, even though it was slow access, that access is what propelled me and my siblings forward. Today, when I go back to the village school where my mother studied in Chittilancheri, and when I look around, one thing is very clear. While the physical infrastructure may not have changed dramatically, what has changed is that kids in that school and in schools around the world with access to the kind of technologies that we are now building, they have access to the same amount of information as somebody who goes to an IIT or to Harvard Business School. In an era where information is like oxygen, we are leveling the playing field for information. And that is what gives me a sense of meaning and purpose in my own job, and how I've taken the mission of the company and contextualized it for my own personal context. So that would be my first lesson to you. Find meaning and context in the job. Find a sense of purpose. The second lesson I have for you in terms of future-proofing your career is to find your ikigai through your job. What does ikigai? It's a Japanese word, and it's spelled I-K-I-G-A-I. Ikigai means finding your true purpose in life. Finding your true purpose in life. So how do you find your true purpose in life? You find your ikigai when your life, when your work, when your career sits at the intersection of four circles. So imagine four circles, and when these four circles come together, at the center of those four circles, you find your ikigai, you find your true purpose in life. So what are those four circles? The first circle is do what you love. No matter what you pick as a job, career, profession, make sure you truly love it. And from the bottom of your heart, it's something that you really look forward to. It makes a huge difference. Second, do what you're good at, because we are all innately talented in a variety of forms. It could be leading, it could be organization, it could be data, it could be music, it could be creative works, it could be speaking, it could be teaching, it could be social work. Whatever it is, we are good at something, every one of us. So find the second thing. That is the second circle. First one is do what you love. Second one, do what you're good at. The third one, do what there's a demand for. Ultimately, whatever you pick as a job or a career, you want to make sure that there is a demand for that particular line of work. And that's what gives you then that sustenance you need. And fourth, do what the world will pay for. Not only should there be a demand for that service, but there should be a fair economic compensation. I'll just pause here for a minute. My screen went into sleep mode. I need to break it up. There we go. So those are the four circles coming together. Do what you love. Do what you're good at. Third one is do what there's a demand for. And fourth, do what the world will compensate you for. So when these four circles come together, you found your true purpose in life. You found your ikigai. And when I look at my own career at this point as a chief evangelist for digital transformation, I'm doing what I love. I love to be in front of customers and talk to them about complex concepts and demystify for them. I'm doing something that I've been told I'm good at, and which is why I was given the job. There is a demand for it because as technology and business gets more complex, customers want to understand how to really take full advantage of it so that they can grow and propel the business forward. And fourth, there is compensation tied to doing this kind of great work. So putting all those four things together, I would say you find your ikigai. The third piece of advice I have for you is to embrace curiosity. It is impossible to tell you what you will do 5 years from now, 10 years from now, because the careers and the industries that you will be working in do not exist today. Nobody can forecast it because they're yet to be invented. When I graduated from NIT, there's nothing that I could have prepared for that would have put me in the center of the industries that I'm in now, that is consumer internet or things around cloud-based computing or technologies employing artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. There's no way I could have prepared. But along the way, I had to then pick these things up. And curiosity is what drove me in those directions of interesting new frontiers in technology. Even when I joined Google at 15 years ago, and I could not have anticipated the kind of things that I'm doing today. Back then, 15 years ago, there were two principal products, search and little text ads that ran next to it. There was no YouTube, there was no Chrome, no Android, no self-driving car, no cloud computing. All of these emerged later. So the only way you can future-proof yourself from a world that is changing so rapidly and in directions that you cannot anticipate and predict is to be curious. When a new thing emerges, find out what it is. But thankfully, we also live in a world where as soon as the technology is emerging, take cryptocurrency for example, there is a huge amount of information that the experts are willing to make available. And platforms like YouTube then explode with talks and seminars and workshops and tutorials that the experts who are learning very rapidly themselves are willing to put up. So you have access to that information and it's free for the most part. All you need is a very, very strong sense of curiosity to embrace all these new things that are emerging. The fourth aspect of future-proofing your career is to embrace experimentation. Now, I have a philosophy that I picked up from going to Burning Man for 15 years, and the philosophy is this, that all of life is a giant experiment. And experiments, by definition, lead to unexpected results. But we will never find out till we try. We will never find out till we try. So from that perspective, treat your life as one series of experiments and be curious and try different things. For example, early in my career, I was working at McKinsey & Company as a strategy consultant, and I decided to experiment. I left the comfort of a consulting career to start a company along with a McKinsey alum. That was my experiment, and I did 2 startups, and we had modest success. Both got acquired. You could say we were somewhat successful. You could argue that we didn't really fail and that we didn't build a very big company and take it public, depending on whatever level of your success, so a definition of success is. But I can say this, that I did experiment with the idea of writing a business plan, fundraising, going to investors, taking a new concept to market, finding customers, proving that there is a use case for the concept we were building, etc., and having certain degrees of success. I learned a lot. I learned what it takes to write a business plan, to start a company. I learned what it takes to get that first customer, the 10th customer, etc. And none of this I would have learned unless I was willing to conduct that experiment. And that experiment, I guarantee, gave me unexpected results. It was very different from what I had in mind. But I would never have found out till I was willing to conduct that experiment. So that is my fourth advice to you. That is, treat your entire life as a giant experiment and be willing to conduct a lot of experiments. The fifth principle that I want to talk to you about to future-proof your business is, and it goes hand in hand with experimentation, is failure. And in Google, there is a core principle of innovation called fail well. If you look at the entire array of products at Google, there are 9 products that have at least 1 billion people using them. Products like Search or YouTube or Gmail or Chrome, Android, etc. But what might not be known is that behind those 9 massively successful products are hundreds of products that actually failed, that some of which you may be available because it is in the public eye, but many of which you may not have seen because they didn't even get launched early on as we were trying to build it and dog food these products. We realized that they may not have the potential, or they may not have the adoption curve you're looking for, and early on we withdrew these products. So that is the dirty little secret of product innovation at a big company, successful company like Google, that for every product that is successful, there are hundreds that have failed. And a lot of people work on them. If you look at my resume, the resume of my colleagues, it is littered with a lot of failed projects and products. And that is totally okay. It is considered part and parcel of succeeding in a company like Google, in an innovation-driven company like Google. So we often say fail well, fail fast, fail big, fail many times. And be prepared to have a similar kind of mentality when it comes to your career. Try a lot of different things, knowing that you will fail most of the time. Embrace the failure. The most important question is, what did you learn from the failure? What can you salvage from that failure? Can you morph that failure into something else? And this concept of morphing from failure is an important one. So worked for many years on Google+, Google social media effort, and currently that product has been withdrawn. But out of that experimentation emerged 2 products that you know and use all the time, Google Photos and Google Meet. So they were derivatives of this massive effort on building a social media platform called Google+. So in that sense, you might call it a partial success, but it actually morphed into something else. And there are many other pieces of technologies like that that came out of that experimentation that are still being used. So always think in terms of experimenting with your career, be prepared to succeed sometimes, fail most times, but out of each failure, learn something and morph into something else. So in closing then, I want to summarize the 5 principles of future-proofing your career that I started off with. The first is find meaning and context. Second, define your ikigai, find your ikigai. Third is to embrace curiosity, because things are going to change, things are going to emerge, things are going to be rapidly transforming. The fourth is treat your life as one giant experiment. And the fifth is fail well, fail fast, fail often, embrace failure. I wish you all the very best, and once again, congratulations. You are stepping into a long-term career in one of the most exciting times of human history. And I don't say this lightly. I've never seen anything like what happened in the last 20, 25 years and what is going to happen in the next 25 years as we continue to have an explosion of incredible technology platforms and areas, from cloud computing to artificial intelligence to concepts like virtual reality and cryptocurrency, etc. So you have thousands, tens of thousands of different career options and industry tracks that are going to emerge from all of this. Be curious, experiment, fail a lot, and find meaning and context through all of this work. Find your ikigai. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Professor Sridhar is founder of Grand Alliance for Management Excellence, GAME, focused on higher education in management. Visiting faculty at various management schools, he is a learning and development intervention specialist. He teaches at various management institutes, consulting, and with focus on vision, mission, goal setting in HR. Advisor to startups in FMCG, services space, a research foundation, and an NGO. Alumnus of Loyola College, Chennai, and management graduate from Symbiosis, Pune. Mr. Jürgen Hess, Chairman and CEO, Piton, Germany. Jürgen Hess is based out of Germany as CEO Piton AG. He is a man of action in being an entrepreneur, digital enthusiast, global acting, and international partner network. Telecoms industry veteran, having worked for over 25 years to develop, implement, and execute new businesses in different global markets. He was CEO of Unlimit IoT business based in Mumbai to execute the IoT strategy for India. Before, he has founded and managed as Vice President the M2M Competence Center for Deutsche Telekom. He had been board member of many global M2M associations such like Global M2M Alliance, GMA, International M2M Council, IMS, and M2M Alliance.
Today I want to tell you a little bit more about Piton, which is a very global acting company. And what we are doing, later you will see, is very, very crazy things around the world to bringing people, young people and experts and network people together to create something very, very new. So I believe, let's start. I will show you in a few slides what is behind Piton, and then to the main part while we are talking about young people and careers of young people, because both is linked close together. Good. Then I will start the presentation. Talking about Piton. Piton is, we call Piton as an company maker or company builder. And the core element of this are young people, because they are all the time in the driver's seat of all these new ideas. Okay, Piton, what is the vision of Piton? The target of Piton is really to translate available digitalization into things that makes a difference to people. You can read it. I believe I don't want to read all of it. That means we really want to bring people together to use new, amazing digital services, and they use it together. What Piton never would like to develop is online games, because if you're developing online games, you're in front of a screen and you are alone. You're playing against virtual teams. what we want to use, we want to develop digital services for the mass market around the world to bring people together. So, and yeah, what is at the end of the day the mission behind this? You have to start with all these activities from the core. That means to create something really new, you need a new setup of people, a new setup of work, and this is one of the core elements. Piton itself was founded 2 years ago, and at that time I was in India, and we have thought about, because before we have developed B2B services for B2B application, we thought, okay, how we can develop new things for the mass market. And then we have created some PowerPoint slides. People who are knowing me, I like PowerPoint slides. And then we have shared this to different people, and especially to young people, because to offer digital services to the mass market, the next generation, these people are the target customer. And the feedback was very, very good on this side. And then we thought, okay, if we are doing this, how we can develop and how we can create this in a very powerful way. You can see what is our approach. The approach of all of this is socializing digitalization. That means really developing things where people are sitting around. And at the end of the day, if you are a member of Piton, it is your baby. Each product is, you have to burn for this product. You have to burn for this idea. You never should think in the morning, I have to go to work. No, you have to, you want to go to a place where you can do things you want to do many years before. This is the idea behind this. Okay, Piton itself is a company builder. That's very important from the idea. And to show this on the picture, I believe here you can see it's very simple. I will not explain all of this from the idea, but to create a new company, Piton as a company builder, you have we call it 5 phases. We have the creating, brainstorming a new idea. You have to evaluate this idea. Then you have to create a legal organization. And when the product is really, you can sell the first product to the market and you can scale it up. And then the company is more or less independent. And the Piton itself, what we are doing, especially when people are coming in, we are creating teams. That means if you as a person have a very cool idea to whom you should go with your cool idea, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to be in the driver's seat, then you can come to us. We as a Piton, we are offering some services to support you as a person, as an entrepreneur. That means we are asking you what you need. Do you have a marketing plan? You have a business plan? You have sourcing on R&D? Whatever you need for yourself to build up your idea, we want to support you. This is including more people. At the end of the day, when we are coming to the validation, we have around about, let's say, 10 people, and you as a person, you will be in the driver's seat. And then we are creating an independent company. That means the Piton itself as a holding is only a support organization who's supporting you as a person, that you can be as soon as possible create your own company as an independent company. We call them a spin-off. That means from the ideation up to the creation, we are supporting you, and then the company is more or less independent. The ideas can come from outside, from inside. You can come in with your own ideas. This is the principle of Piton. What we are offering, it's very important that you should know what as a Piton we can offer. First of all, access to whatever you as a young entrepreneur need. You need access to partners, to experts, to innovation, to R&D power, to money. You need cash normally to create something new. And all of this is a portfolio Piton is offering to you so that you can create your own organization. But I would say this slide is the most relevant slide, because what is the DNA of Piton, how we're acting. When young people, when a new idea is coming in, we have all the time 3 types of skill sets of people in this new team. The first are, let's call it the young devils, the young and hungry people, high potential people who have never created their own company, but have a cool idea. There could be 1 or 2 or 3 person. So they have an idea and they want to develop or do something very new for the global market. And then we believe we have to combine 2 things. The young people with the senior people. I'm a senior people. Many others are also senior people with a huge network of experts, which have knowing many people. And these 2 people we are bringing together, creating a business plan, creating a team, whatever the young entrepreneur needs. And then we think, okay, now it's ready. We have a business plan. You know, you need $100,000, $1 million to make it happen. Then we're also looking for money, for the right people, and for domain experts. And in the last slide, you will see what type of crazy things we are doing. That means sometimes, I give you an example, very simple. We are creating a new form of multi-sensoric location. It's a very cool form of a restaurant with a 36-degree screen around, and you have the feeling you are there. So that means, and believe me, nobody of us has ever created a new restaurant. So, and we have done this. Young people have had a cool idea. We have added this with some senior people, and now we have very famous global acting experts on board who are supporting us. For example, we have a movie maker who got a German award for movies, who are producing the 36-degree movies for us. We have star cooks. We have technology experts, and all of this because everybody's knowing somebody else. And believe me or not, in the driver's seat, the managing director of this new organization, this new company, is a 27-year-old person. A 27-year-old person, because he's burning for this idea. And besides this, there's an older person who is supporting him. These 2 persons plus, I believe actually there are already 50 or 30 people who are going ahead. And to trust people and to make it happen means also to give them all the tools they need. And for example, these digital restaurants, the investment of 1 restaurant is around about $7 million for each of these restaurants. And we want to build up 50 around the world. And the young person is in the driver's seat. And we are hiring more and more people. This is what I mean to hand over the ideas and the power from the senior people to the next generation, to the young people. So this is the reason why I personally believe this slide, this is the DNA of how we want to support to building careers in the tech space, because we're talking about a lot of technology in the background. We have IPRs and all of this, but again, young people are in the driver's seat. This is key. So then coming to the next slide, as I mentioned before, young people have to drive the new company. They are on the driver's seat. And it's not only people. I believe if you're creating something new, that means, first of all, that the older people never should say, oh, I'm an expert, I know how it works, and all of this. No. So that means you need a very flat hierarchy. That means everybody can bring himself into the discussion. You need a culture of failure, because when you have never done something like this, and believe me, for the restaurants, as an example, today the people, very global experts of restaurants, coming to us and telling us, wow, it's amazing. I've never seen something like this. I want to be a part of this. So that means, first of all, you need a flat hierarchy. You need a very open brain, a mindset for brainstorming between the young people and the older people as the technology on the same level. It's the key. You need a high diversity, in age. Are you a man, a woman, wherever you're based, it's fully independent. You are a part of the team. That means we are working full virtually from Australia up to Sweden, Stockholm. This is very important. And whatever you're doing, I'm a fan of think big. Don't think about whatever you're doing. Oh no, let's start in a very small idea, or let's start here a little bit. No, think big. Never be nervous to think big, because sometimes to scale up things, especially young people, normally say, oh no, let's start a little bit here. No, why? Sometimes you need the power and the energy by yourself. Why not? Why not build up 50 restaurants around the world? Why it's not possible? Other people have done the same crazy things. So this is a very important part. From our side, what you need the access to partner, to technology. What is also important is to building careers in this tech world. Everybody has to be very open to learn new things on both sides, the younger people and the older people. The younger people have to accept that sometimes older people also knowing that makes sense, let's talk about it, and otherwise. That's sometimes not so easy, because everybody has this historical mindset, but this is a must. This is absolute a must in the behavior. When we are creating something new, you have to be very open to accept the mindset of other people, and talking not too emotional, talking more on what is the logic behind, what is the risk, why, tell me why you are doing this, and so on. I believe this is also a learning of a culture or a behavior, how people should work together. And whatever you're doing, especially as a young entrepreneur, you never should think about money at the beginning. Yes, you need some money to survive, crystal clear, but you have to burn for things you are doing. Because when people are doing things which they like, there's 10 times, 100 times more energy than you compared to the idea, each morning I'm going to the office, I'm doing what my boss is telling me, I'm only doing this, I never would add my personal ideas to this. No, you have to burn for the idea. It's your idea, or you are a part of this idea. Remember the restaurant idea. I can share it to everybody who's interested in. Think about when you have developed something like this. You have built it up, and you have an opening, the first event in this restaurant will happen. And you, as an owner, as a creator of this idea, you are sitting in the middle of this restaurant in the evening, and the people will, after this, will say, wow, that was amazing. I've never seen something like this. And you are the owner. It's your baby. This is much more compared to money. Money will come from a loan. I believe that's not the core element at the beginning. You have to burn for the idea. When you're burning for the idea, the money itself is coming from a loan. I believe this is, from my side, very, very important in the mindset and the thinking of how to be an entrepreneur, how to build up your own ideas, how you build up your career. And you also can swap. I want to tell this because when you have to think bigger means also you have to think cross. You have to learn when you're a technical person. You have to learn, okay, what does it mean on the financial stream? What is the impact on it? Learn it. It's very simple. Don't think, oh no, other people are doing this. Or if you have some gaps, oh no, I'm not an expert in technology. Try to work close to people who are knowing how it works, and you will learn minimum on a high level that later on you understand much more the links between all of this, so that you think on a much more on a higher level, that you understand what is the process, why we are doing this, what is the impact when I'm doing something here, to later on or at the end when you are producing things. So the idea of Piton, very simple. New ideas are coming in all the time. And then we call it a spin-off. Actually, we have 9 ideas, and we have already created 5. Now we're just starting 6 spin-offs as an independent company. That's the reason why we are calling as a company maker, and it's open for everybody. There's nothing where we say, oh no, you're too young or you don't have the right experience. I believe if people are burning for things, it's coming by itself. From the idea, this is only, you should know what crazy things we are doing. And believe me, all of this I've never, not all, but most of these things I've never done in my life. I'm starting here with digital services. Only we have created a healthcare solution with beacons with an IoT platform in the back. We want to sell, this is the reason why thinking big, millions of beacons for this solution. People are saying, oh, this is already existing. No, it's not existing. If you're searching what's existing in the market, it's not existing in a way like this. We are creating for electric car charging a special solution. I want to tell too much about it because somebody has some experience, and then we have thought about electric cars is a next generation, and we want to be a part of it. We are creating a new form of ticketing system based on blockchain and NFT technology. And it's amazing because you don't need all the dealers between. It's a super safe version of ticketing system. And now we are already in deep discussion with experts, actors, and very famous people around the world who want to use this ticketing system for electronic secure tickets. And you never can create fake tickets with this one. It's a very secure version. You have never done this before. Then coming to the left side, this is our digital restaurant. I've already explained it. And before I'm coming to Let2Go, this is the craziest one. I want to explain a little bit in the middle. We have created digital titles. It's a screen 15 by 15. You can click them together, make them to a huge screen. And with this, we are just now developing a board game console, and of these board game consoles, we want to sell around about 2 million units around the world in the next 2 years. And in the driver's seat, again, are young people. We have thought about make it happen. Now we have a huge networks around the world, from Chicago to Europe, wherever the people are, and we are designing and developing things like this. And with the same technology, with these clicking screens, we are developing digital art. We have you can use the screens for a wall and click them together, like me here on the back, and you can upload anytime new pictures, and you can combine pictures from here to the other side of the wall. They can talk to each other. It's a little bit like Spotify for art. Same technology, people have thought about what else I can do with it. And this is a carpet play field for kids. Playmobil and Lego and all of this, when kids can play with this. It's a lot of technology in the back, but it's, again, whatever you see is how to bring people together. And the last point is here, Let2Go. Believe me or not, I've never in my life written a book. when the last 2 years I've started to write down a book about older people, young people, how they can live together, what is the problem between generation. And I've written a book around 200 sites. And a very famous person from Germany told me, why not create a series for Netflix or for Amazon Prime? Let's do it. And then we have started to create this book, whatever you need around this to fix it. And now we are already in discussion. I've never done this in my life, but that shows you should do the same. Whatever you want to do, open your mindset, ask us, and we try to push this. Last point is here a foundation. That means we also, whatever we are doing, we want to give some money back to the people. That means we have created a foundation where we spend all the time 1% of any revenue to the market back for special social projects. Good. I would say last slide, but that's not so very interesting. That's the Piton AG. This the legal organization with all the spin-offs and more spin-offs, and you could be a member of a new idea. You could be your own entrepreneur in the future. And I would say this is already the last slide. And yeah, I believe coming back to what we are doing and to the top line of building careers. Everything is possible. Believe me or not, everything you are doing, talk to people, ask people, try to push yourself, do what you want to do, not do what you have to do. This, and when you're burning for these ideas, and we are very open on our side to support young people, to hand over our knowledge to the next generation. And again, don't look only for money. Money is coming full automatically if you're doing things you want to do, because these things you are doing in a very, very powerful way and with so much energy. So hopefully that was interesting. It was a little bit different. Hopefully not too much about Piton. Piton is only the frame around it. For me, it's much more doing things crazy. For example, last point is one member of the young people is my son. And believe me, it's amazing. I've created a company together with my son, and he is my boss. He's telling me what I have to do. This is also something new for me, but it shows how generation can work together and creating something very new. So with these words, I would say I want to end my presentation. And yeah, now I believe I'm open for question and anything else you're interested in.
Thanks to you for joining us from Germany, and it's a very useful topic as a prof where I've dealt with some thousands of students in the last 10 years. Now, like for example, you have chosen your son as a CEO of a company and where you are an employee. That's what I heard.
It is.
How do you think, or how do you choose the CEOs? If you are a student and we are speaking of tech, you are speaking of technology, you are speaking of management, and you are speaking of finance. How do you choose students to be CEOs?
Yeah, first of all, yes, it's all the time. He never got the job because he's my son. That's not the right way, because in other streams, other young people are on the driver's seat. But in this case, he's an expert in gaming, for example. In gaming, he's knowing a lot of things around gaming, and he has a lot of digital background, and he has already founded 2 years before his own company. Now he's 26. At that time, he was 23 when he created his own company in the healthcare sector, in a totally different sector. No less technology, much more in the healthcare sector. And then we started a brainstorming, and my impression is, wow, he likes the idea. He likes the idea. And then he has thought a lot about things. And he came all the time with questions, should we go? I will ask this, I will do this. This is the reason why burning for what you are doing. And the same we have done for other independent streams. It's not our part to push people. That's not the idea. The people have to see, they have to identify themselves with these services or this product, and then they will get all the power. And again, wherever in the world, it's in this case it was my son who was also based in Germany, but other people are sitting around the world. But it's less that he's knowing all; it's much more that he's willing to learn. This is the same as for a business career. If you want to increase your career to the top management, don't think about, no, he's telling me what I have to do. No, learning by yourself, learning, doing things you have never done before. And if you have gaps in your mindset, very open and how I can fill this gap with other experts. It's not necessary that I'm knowing all. You need the right, it's a team spirit. It's not that I'm the boss or he's the boss and he's telling what, no, it's much more creating a powerful team. This is, so that means there's also a social impact. Are they able to drive a team? Are they able to motivate people? Are they able to thinking in this case, as an entrepreneur? You can be also a member. It's not necessary to be an entrepreneur. You can be a member of this team, but you have to think and you have to communicate what you need, what you want to do.
In your career, now you're an entrepreneur and creating a lot of entrepreneurs. But when you have been a CEO in the tech company, like for example, you have managed Indian space across IoT, AL, machine learning, you name it. And you have been across Middle East and globe as well. What are in the tech space, what is that as a CEO, how you build your team, or what is that you're looking for students to prepare if they have to be part of your team?
I believe I've tried to give you the answer particular before. First of all is you have to accept culture. Believe me, when I came to India, I've started from scratch. I was the only German in this round, and we have hired more than 100 Indian people at that time. It's all the time you have to listen. You have to trust people, and you have to listen how they are acting, and then you have to think about, okay, what is missing? What is there? Where are their strengths and where is the weakness, and how I can manage this as a team. And you have to create a team around you. I believe this is one of the key elements. Don't believe I'm the boss. I'm knowing all. I'm telling everybody what they have to do. That was all the time I'm learning in the Middle East, and the same like in India. And on the tech space, technology, digital services, the speed of development new things is so you're not able to follow all. Forget it. You have no chance all the time knowing whatever is going around you on the R&D side, on the innovation part. That means you have to create a partner ecosystem around you, and you have to create round tables so that people have to explain in a simple way complex content, and not telling simple things in a complex way. That doesn't help. Really, innovation means sometimes, no, tell me in a very simple way, what is blockchain? How does it work? Why I should use it? No? You can do it in a very simple way that everybody's understanding this, or you also can do it in a very complex way so that everybody, this is an expert. He's knowing, no, why? But open your mindset and try to manage this in a way. But again, culture, people, creating teams and internal teams and external teams on the technology side for innovation, because there's so many things which are happening. But I'm learning daily, believe me.
When you are saying you are learning daily, and then I think the students who are watching should learn much more and invest more in learning and picking up the skills.
Yeah, and sometimes doing things you have never done before. Again, I've never written a book. I've never created a restaurant. I've never done a movie. Believe me, I'm out of range to make a movie. And at the beginning, people told me when I started to write a book, Jürgen, what you're doing, you have already created 8 ideas. 8 ideas. You need hundreds of people to execute this. And now you're writing a book. Please tell me what you are smoking. And I told him, no, I'm smoking nothing. It was only an idea. And it was an idea. Either you can say, well, throw it away. I'm not interested. Why not do it? And this is very important. Do what you want to do, where you're interested in. Then you are the king of this, not the king, but you are in the driving position to push things. And to be honest all the time, transparent and honest. Whatever you're doing. If you're not happy with the result, bring it on the table. If you're super happy, tell people all the time, wow, it's a great job you have done. Not only when they're doing a failure. Failure is very easy to, you can do it otherwise sometimes. No, or telling them, I believe you are better in, I don't know, finance or in marketing. You are more a front runner. You should go more to business development or other things. Why not do it?
Now, in this present world, when you have the edutech companies across the globe, Harvard coming on online, or Ivy League colleges giving online, and students are going and studying in person in those best of the universities across the globe. For a student who is in a tier 2 city in India or across the globe, if he is not accessible to this high level, high cost education, whether you as a company leader or a person will look in for a skill sets or a certification or degrees, what does it matter to you?
First of all is forget where you're coming from, because it could be very rich, very poor, access to all of this or not. I can tell a little bit from my side as a person. I came from, believe me, a very, very small village, very small. And in a rural area. So and then I was the first person in my family who has studied. First person. Wow, he's going to a city. With 20, I went to a city where I've seen thousands of people, and then whatever. And for me, it's important, create your personal network from the beginning. It's not only I have to learn, I have to teach, it's really create a network and work on your network. The relationship to people is the key. The relationship to people offers in the long term. And sometimes you have nothing to tell to the people. Could happen that we know, for both of us, could happen that 1 year we never have talked.
True.
But then, I find here, let's pick up the phone and call him. And then you're starting this one. But you need a relationship. You need a relationship to people, independent of you don't have access to super universities or so. It's much more learning by doing, talking to people and listen. Not only download what you are knowing, is much more asking, and the people have to tell you a little bit more about things. And then you also can make your personal career on the second way, not on the first way. Sometimes you're also running, crashing a wall. You say, oh my God, that was wrong. But then going 1 step back or 2 steps back and think, okay, why it was happened and how I can change things to make it better. And sometimes then you can pass a wall in a different way. Or sometimes you have to go some more curves and trust yourself and then it will work, I would say.
So for you, skill sets matter than the degrees or something, if I'm correct?
I'm personally knowing people who have stopped school in a very, very early stage, and they made a lot of money because later on they've never studied, they've never done this, but they've worked very hard on things they want to do. And then they made their own way. And I believe to study is super, it helps a lot, but sometimes thinking cross, not to focus on I don't know, one special part. Think a little bit broader. When you're a tech person, what is what are financial factors? What I need for go-to-market? What is the impact on production? If you're developing a product as a prototype, what is the impact for mass production? Can I do it directly one by one? Listen to people who are doing mass production. And then later on, it has an impact on your development side. Then you know, oh, next time I would develop it a little bit different because it helps later on people. It's the same as for the market. So thinking a little broader, not only focus too much on your on this one special appointment. Yeah.
And now, coming back to the presentation, what I saw about Peton, just to say, is Peton going to be a global incubator, or is it going to be like similar to incubator? Or
it's nobody believes us. We have started with a few people. Actually, we are 160 people, and most of the people are working in the free time for us. They have a normal job. But in the evening, they're working hours, or over the weekend, they're working for us. And whenever a spin-off is starting and the money is there, then they're canceling their old contract and then they're an employee of us. So this is the idea. But that means you can see how they like what they are doing. Normally, in the private time, nobody would do things we are doing. But the people, all the people are coming back to us and say, oh, that's so very cool. I have access to so many people to whatever I want to do. And at the end of the day, we want to hire thousands of people if all of this is working. I'm sure not all of this will work, but the idea is to hire thousands of people in the next years. And yeah, this is at the end of the day the target. So people should have fun. And everybody, at the end of the day, everybody from the managing director of a spin-off, including the person who's cleaning things in the kitchen, any value from the company when they're making profit, everybody should get something. Everybody, not only the managing director, everybody should be a part of the family. It's very important because then you think I'm a part of this. I've cleaned up all the dishes and whatever I've done, but this is a part of the story. Without him, it doesn't work. So, and this is everybody's on the same level. And when the business is up and running, everybody should get something from this.
And in the final leg of the question from my side, I understand think big, but people are very much hesitant. If you ask me, the generation I came from, I was supposed to be a government employee. My parents were comfortable if I'm a government employee, or to a certain extent, a global MNC, and afterwards, a well-established conglomerate. But nowadays, people are risking startups and they want to get into startups. And now everybody speaks technology, everybody speaks data. But think big is the word which, because of think big, big data has come in. But can you throw light on think big really? What does it matter for a person from a tier 2 city or a tier 3 city?
You just mentioned big data and all of this. For me, the key question, whatever you're doing, if you're developing a service or a product, is why a person should buy it. Why? Very simple question. Why somebody should like this product and should spending money? Why you should buy a board game console for $500? What is the differentiator? What is the value? And I mean, this is, and if you have given yourself or by asking people the right answer to this, then you have to think about what could be a possible market price. How much people are willing to pay for something, for a service or whatever, $1, $10. And depending on this, you have to think about how big I have to think. Coming to the board game console, it makes no sense to develop a board game console for 1,000 units because you're investing millions of dollars in R&D, millions of dollars. It doesn't work. So then you think, okay, is there a market for 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million units? First of all, technology. Is there a market? How much? Independent of cost, what people are willing to pay for this. And if you're knowing this, then you have to say, what is how I have to scale up my ideas, and then you have at the end to find the right people. And it's not easy, believe me. There's a lot of effort in the back, but it's possible. Don't say no, it's not possible. There's a wonderful statement. So, when there's a footprint on the moon, I never say it's impossible because there's a footprint on the moon. And this is exactly the same day. Never say it's not possible. It's all the time possible. Or sometimes, if it's not possible, if you know after asking 20 people or 100 people, everybody is telling you, forget it, then really stop it. Why not? Stop it. Then stop it and think a little bit different. Are there things to change? Like big innovation person all the time. They've worked many years and there was one step back, two step backs, and then one step forward, two steps, three step forwards. Sometimes it's not all the time easy to make things, but if it's easy work can do everybody. You are an entrepreneur. You want to increase your career, you want to be in the driver's seat. That's the reason why more responsibility. Why you're increasing your career, because you want to get more responsibility for product, for people, for whatever, on a product side or on a managing side. And life is not easy, but it's wonderful. This is it makes so much fun for me also for learning from young people, and it makes me also a little bit younger compared to others.
Thanks a lot. It's very interesting to listen to you.
Mr. Mithun Sundar, Chief Transformation Officer, Microsoft India. Mithun Sundar currently leads transformation for Microsoft India. Prior to this, he was the CEO of Lending Card, the largest and fastest growing small trader fintech company in India. His earlier experience includes leadership roles in e-commerce, Myntra, consumer packages goods, Unilever, PepsiCo, and consulting, McKinsey & Company. Mithun is an experienced business leader with a demonstrated track record of leading growth, profitability, and transformation in fintech, consumer technology, and consumer packaged goods companies. Lived and worked in several countries including the USA, China, Brazil, Indonesia, Vietnam, and India.
How is AI and the future of AI really powering both the industry and our lives? When I think about AI, I can't help but think about it in the context of the last 18 months that all of us have gone through. We've had a terrible pandemic trouble a lot of us in multiple parts of our lives. But it has also resulted, the last 18 months, in my opinion, has resulted in a sea change in almost every industry, not just, one or two industries. Every industry has changed dramatically. If I take healthcare, the adoption of telehealth, my own dad, 76 years of age, today is able to consult via a quick phone call on WhatsApp or on Teams or on Zoom. We today are no longer scared if we walk out of the house without our wallet, because the phone has become the wallet, and that requirement to have a credit card or cash has gone away out of the window today in India, in the smallest of places. I'm able to walk up in the Chennai beach and buy peanuts off a peanut vendor and pay that person with a scan of a QR code. That is the kind of shift that we've seen, which has been tremendously accelerated in a country like India in the last 18 months. My own habits have changed dramatically. I today, don't really think about what I'm doing in a sort of structured manner. It's way more seamlessly interconnected across. And in that kind of a context, I see four large trends that are coming up in this world. From a business perspective, when you think of AI, when you think of hyperconnectivity, when you think of machine learning with data, think of all of these, I see four large trends. Number one, if I was in the space where you lead a company and run a company, how do you optimize yourself and how do you optimize your company for this new world where all work is going to be hybrid? That's your first big shift. The second one, every company lives and breathes for its customers and its consumers. How do you help your customers to build a truly hyper-connected business? And what does a hyper-connected business mean? And I'll get into that in a bit. The third is, how can every business become a digital business? Sometimes we think of some businesses as digital and some businesses not digital. There are some which were born digitally native, but there are several which were not born digitally native, but which are truly becoming digital business today. How can every business become, a digital business? And then how do you protect all of this in a world where you and I can't meet each other, where I cannot do a handshake with the audience that I'm today speaking to? How do you really trust that what we are seeing and what we are getting and what we are doing is truly secure on an end-to-end basis? So 4 real things, right? New world of hybrid work, building a hyper-connected business, being able to help every business become a digital business, and managing it with end-to-end security. For me, these are the 4 aspects which span across this hyper-connected, AI-driven world as we think about what we intend to do with the future. Let me get into all of those one by one. But before we go there has been a word, and today, given I work at Microsoft, I'm sure a lot of you have read the recent news which broke out about the metaverse and how we are collaborating with a couple of other large tech companies to truly change how we live in the metaverse. So what is the metaverse? Let me actually lift the AI conversation one level higher. We all live in the universe, but we are now slowly moving to a place where we all live in what we are calling the metaverse. It was first imagined a long time back as a word, but the metaverse is essentially this place where it allows you to have shared experiences across both the physical and the digital worlds, across people, across places, and across things. It's, when you're completely in the metaverse, it has a comprehensive set of resources that you will leverage to be able to live and work and do things in it. You will have potentially, things like an AI avatar, which is able to, at points in time where you're not present, is able to have your own AI avatar show up and be able to conduct what you do. It will have access to all kinds of information at your fingertips. And it will be a place where people are able to be partly physical and partly digital. Phygital is one of the words that I use, but that is where the world is heading at this point. And several of the companies have already made the leap, and lots of people and their ways of living plus the ways of doing stuff are actually getting towards the metaverse. When I say the metaverse, if I take a giant step back, think of it as both the medium and the app type. If I were to rewind back to the 1990s, what we are talking about is a mix of both what a web means or the internet means and what a website means. And the metaverse sort of combines both of those together to be able to allow people to be able to take that leap. Now, let me go back to the 4 pieces of points that I had spoken about, right? What does it take to build a truly hybrid way of working, right? What is it that we are talking about here? When I speak about hybrid work, I go back to my experience. When the pandemic broke out, I was based in Bangalore and I was leading a fintech company, which used to give loans to micro, small and medium enterprises in India. We had a pretty large loan book, almost 5,000 crores worth of loans out in the market. And overnight, everyone had to sit inside their homes. And when I say small and medium businesses, think of the businesses which are, on the street side, your Kirana store, a store which is sort of your cycle repair shop, somebody who runs a small computer internet browsing center, or a peripheral store. These are the kind of people, one in Guwahati, one in Madurai, one potentially in Punjab, these smaller traders who had borrowed from our company and whose businesses were dramatically hit. What did we do to sort of be able to adapt to the hybrid work? There is the easy part and there is the tough part. The easy part is, I used to go into office and all of us used to meet each other for meetings. We would sit in a meeting room and we would collaborate, figure out ideas, figure out what to do and think of what our new marketing plan is, what will the new product be, etc. We could move that very quickly indoors. We could all still work from home. We were privileged to be people who had access to, digital connectivity fairly seamlessly. So that part, while disruptive, was the easy part. All we had to do was we had to learn etiquette on how to manage hyperconnectivity and how to manage hybrid work in an AI-driven manner. But from there was the next step. What do you then do with your customers? The customers are people who live in the real world. So how do you use this hyperconnectivity to be able to manage those customers? We started to slowly get people on board. India is anyway now at about more than 70% smartphone penetration. And of course, our internet penetration is at a significant number with 3 and 4G coming in fairly quickly, with a lot of the players sort of coming up. So we were able to connect with our customers and offer them relevant services when they needed it. Now, what do I mean by relevant services when they need it? And this is where something like artificial intelligence comes into play. At an intuitive level, when I spoke about the types of companies we were, or types of businesses we were lending money to, all of you know the kind of needs that they are having. Their business had stopped. They were sort of struggling with cash flow. People needed to sort of pay out their employees. Employees were typically migrant. They had to move back to their hometowns. This was what was happening in the environment. Now, for these people, of course, you want to help everyone, but you have to also be prudent about it, which is where large data sets come in. When we spoke to any one business, what we used to take from them were about 6 to 12 to sometimes even 24 months of bank statements. Now you multiply that with the number of transactions that they have, then take their GST returns, then take 3 or 4 of their other statements. You're talking of close to more than 2 lakh data points for a single customer. You need to use those 2 lakh data points in an organized, efficient manner to be able to make an intelligent forecasting engine to decide how would you help that customer? What kind of a working capital loan would you give them? What other product financially? We were a fintech company, so it had to be financial products. What other financial products could we give them? What we were happy to do during that period, this is from March 2020 all the way to the end of the year, was we were able to collaborate with the financial ecosystem in this country, use the power of the data and the AI that it gave us with strong machine learning led models to be able to identify if there were 100 entrepreneurs, who would be those 20, 30 of them whose businesses were truly resilient even during a pandemic, to whom it made prudent financial sense to be able to extend the right working capital support. Second, for the balance 50-70% of the people for whom a working capital support may not be the right answer, we had insurance, which is a different financial product. Now, all of these couldn't have been invented sitting in a room without access to that 2 lakh data point per customer, leveraged with the right kind of artificial intelligence and machine learning for the models to learn continuously. It is not something where you and I can analyze and say this would be a good person versus this would be a bad person, because these are all remote customers sitting with different characteristics of data. That is what we're speaking about when we speak about hybrid work. And that was my own personal adaptation over the year 2020 as I worked through a very live business with about 5,000 crores in the market, Series E kind of a startup running fintech. Let me take another example, which was here I was talking about hybrid work. The second angle I spoke about was how do you build a hyper-connected business? What do you mean by hyper-connected? I'll go back to, again, a different example of mine. I've worked in the e-commerce industry for about 2-3 years, where I was in the fashion space with Myntra. I recently read this news about a company that started in the US, which guarantees less than 10 minutes to delivery. They're doing it in about 6 or 7 cities at this point, not across the country. But Amazon Prime, which offers you 30-minute delivery, now there are people offering you within 10 minutes delivery. Now, how do you make that happen in a cost-efficient manner? I'm sure if you place your entire warehouse outside every single apartment in every area, you can manage a 10-minute delivery, but how do you guarantee it? All of you may recall, at least I grew up in the 90s in Chennai. There was this 30 minutes or free guarantee, which was given by one of the famous pizza companies at that point. And back then it was revolutionary because everyone was stunned that somebody could deliver something in 30 minutes or you would get it free. And Indians are always ready for a deal if you can get a deal. So people used to try, and I used to live in a very crowded part of Madras called Chulemed, where it took a long time for any auto or bike to make its way through. And so I would test that 30-minute or free proposition quite a few times. And I was trying to say that 90% of the time they managed to get the pizza in time to the house when you ordered it. How do you do that? What do you do is you build a connectivity from end to end. In the pizza business that I just described, the ingredients are already bought and sort of put up. Obviously, the base level would be for you to create the right kind of infrastructure and network of stores in the city. But the second level after that is to have predictive demand planning. If you expect your demand in a certain area during a certain period of time to spike, have you baked sufficient number of pizza bases for you to be ready? Doing this at scale across an entire country, doing this at scale across multiple regions with all kinds of variability. This is where artificial intelligence comes in, because this is where the limitations of human intelligence and our ability to process multiple variables starts to diminish. So we're not talking about AI as a new phenomenon. We are talking of analytics as an old phenomenon, which is being powered faster and faster by newer ways of learning with machine-based computing tools and artificial intelligence. And that would be the example that I give you for a hyper-connected business. Making every business digital, which was my third piece that I spoke about. I was recently speaking with one of our, while I was at Myntra, we used to source the garments that we sold from a lot of the brand name companies. Think of whatever you might wear, right? Any of the famous brand companies which sell sort of great clothes. Now, these companies started in a physical world, and we, Myntra, were the front end of their digital world where they were selling to consumers through us. Now, obviously, as time went along, they also wanted to directly reach their consumers. And one of the things about shifting to a truly digital company is they had to reimagine their own supply chain. What would it take for them to move from a style prediction all the way to supply within just 30 days, as opposed to the normal cycles, which used to be 90 days or even sometimes, close to half a year? If you remember back then, fashion seasons used to come only about 2 times in a year. Now the number of times you have a refresh in your wardrobe is actually significant. So how do you build a business which used to be, how do you take a physical business and make it a truly digital business? It could be applied to almost any industry. I've seen digital transformations happening in industries which we may consider to be very old world. The cement industry, for instance, some of the large players in India today have changed their entire sales force working based on apps that they have on their phone to be able to order multiple varieties of, building materials, cement, integrate with other players who are offering the other pieces of the puzzle, which might be paint, masonry, all of those, and build that truly digital experience for their final customer. And it's a fully old world industry, but the digital part of it is the fact that their connectivity is going end to end, through and through. I'll speak about an example which is closer to heart. When we speak about artificial intelligence, we always think about something truly at the other level where, we haven't yet experienced it. And I had the opportunity to work on something like that while at the e-commerce player that I was speaking about. He said, hey, listen, one of the biggest problems in India is that people buy clothes and they send it back because it doesn't fit them. Why doesn't it fit them? It's because, if I buy a large shirt from one brand, the large that they call L in that is different from L in another brand because, maybe the shoulder is smaller, maybe the hand is smaller, maybe something else is different. But different people use large and medium and small differently. Second is different people also, if you say size 42, size 40, size 38, think of different sizes for each of those. In that context, what did we say we would do? We said, hey, listen, let us look at the data of all of our customers who have bought. If you have purchased a Jack and Jones shirt and you have retained it, that likely means that you're satisfied with the shirt that you purchased. Now, if Jack and Jones size 42 fits you, I can use my AI engine to say, tomorrow when you come back to my shop, when you look through all of the options that you have available on an e-commerce platform, I can tell you that if you suddenly stop at a different brand, not Jack and Jones, let's assume that you stopped at, let's say, Levi's. When you stop at Levi's, I can recommend you saying, please buy 41 on Levi's, because I know from my engine that has been trained over multiple years of many people buying and returning, that 42 Jack and Jones is roughly the same size as 41 Levi's. And my recommendation to you changes your experience of how you are able to choose that buy. And this here is AI truly in action. And this goes directly to the bottom line, because things you do not return to when you send something in an e-commerce player and then a return happens on the reverse direction, it becomes very, very difficult for the P&L to be able to sustain it. Avoiding that return means that it's a satisfied customer, so your satisfaction goes up. My cost of repicking it up, repackaging, re-putting it back together to sell goes down. My quality of the inventory that I hold up becomes much better. So in turn, actually giving you even better customer experience over time. And that is what AI powers you to do. The other example that I also had, and I'm using the same example because it's relatable Indian things we have all gone through. We were building it out and it's now starting to get live. There was another company which was creating a fit-based answer where they said, hey, listen, take a picture of yourself and allow me to analyze the full-scale picture of you. And I will then use that picture, and they give you a couple of positions to take it. I will use artificial intelligence to analyze that picture and give you two things. One is I can suggest to you what is the kind of outfit that may fit you. And two, what sizes and what brands do you need? This is the nature of how an AI-driven business can actually truly transform how we work in a business-driven manner. The last piece, and I'm also reaching close to end of time, so I'll just shortly touch on it. The last piece that I spoke to you was about end-to-end security, and maybe when we get to questions, I can sort of get deeper into it. The real question here is, how do you make sure that when we are interacting with people, we can't touch and feel? When we are interacting with businesses, we can't touch and feel. When we are interacting with products, we can't touch and feel. And when our personal data is going to a company, how do I feel confident that one, there's security, two, that the security is actually based on access and rights that I grant and not something that's taken for granted, and three, that my data truly stays integral and does not get used somewhere else. And on that will be the fourth dimension of how a hyper-connected AI-driven world will be differentiated. Companies which do that well will truly make a big shift and sort of be able to achieve the next curve of growth. Companies that do that lesser well may not be able to get all the way there. Recapping, given that I'm at the end of my 15-20 minutes, recapping, number one, last 18 months, incredible change, not just for businesses, but truly for people as well. You and I today work very differently. You and I today live very differently from how we lived 18 to 20 months back. Lots of things which were originally physical have been dramatically accelerated to get into a digital world because we didn't have an option. Number two, in such a digital world, ability to be able to be really connected, have secure systems, use machine learning to really, really power companies to the next curve of growth will be the differentiator between successful companies and lesser successful ones. And number three, four areas where companies would need to sort of think about if they are truly going to embrace this. Number one of those four is, how do you adapt yourself to a new world of hybrid working? Number two, how do you make sure your business is hyper connected across end to end, from the raw material all the way through to the customer? And how does that data flow really make the experience a positive loop of the consumer getting a better experience? Number three, how do you make every business, whether it's physical or not, really a digital business? What parts of it really can be digitized? And four, how do you put the customer at the center to be able to ensure that security and trust never get dropped in the mix of doing all this? With that, Group Captain, let me hand it back to you. If you had any questions that you wanted to sort of share, happy to sort of pick them up.
Thank you, Mithun. Very, very inspiring and thought-provoking insight. Short span of time, less than 20 minutes. You shared with us four new AI-driven world. The new world, what you said, the best examples of AI. More so, I really impressed with the example what you gave about pizza. Now I know how I get my pizza, not 30 minutes, maybe 15 minutes itself. Hyperconnectivity. Great example. And yes, we have got a number of questions come from large number of students. I'll try and pick up a couple of them for you to respond. Here's the first question. In an AI-powered world, how would we solve for trust and security? Basically, the fear is so much of data available in public domain in respect of financial services or otherwise. How do you make sure that every data available is secured? It doesn't impact the person who shared the data in good faith.
See, I'll tell you something, Group. First is we need to recognize what world we live in, right? In the last 1 year, and this has been happening over the last year, two things have happened. One is the threat landscape has actually become better. So as people build, it's like the arms race, right? As people build better and better security, the hackers and the people who are sort of working in a negative manner, the sophistication of cyber attacks and the frequency of cyber attacks have really gone up. Okay, that is number one. Number two, they don't discriminate. It doesn't matter whether you're a very big company or you're a very small company. Even if you're a small and medium business, you are getting attacked in terms of your data being, because what has happened is people have understood the true gold. In the past, you would break into a jewelry store to steal gold because you could sell it. Now you're breaking into a company to steal data because you can sell it. There is a market for data, and data is the true new, what they said was data is the new oil, was what the line was. And I think this came up about maybe 5-6 years back, where data is the new oil because it is as valuable as it. Frankly, for me, in this sort of a thing, what matters is that you have to be able to do two things, actually three things. Number one, you need to first get the right infrastructure in place, whatever your company might be. Now, I work with one of the companies which powers, the infrastructure for a lot of other companies, but that infrastructure management, think of it just like a physical business. A physical business, if you don't get your construction right, you don't get your product quality right, you're never going to be able to survive. In a digital business, if your infrastructure, whether it is on-premise or more likely a cloud computing infrastructure, if that is not built on a secure platform, you're going to be at risk. So one is get your infra right. Typically, that would mean choosing the right cloud service provider and getting all of the infrastructure sort of set up in the right manner. Number two, build a resilience within your organization, which is in the organization you work in. Make sure that you're able to set up the right kind of both culture, process, training, checks and balance, all of those. Today, sitting at Microsoft, every month I have a reinforcing training on how do I act, which links do I click on, and you cannot control everything that comes to every employee. So what you want to do is make every employee represent the interest of the company the best. So in whatever company you're in, build that culture of keeping security as the number one. That would be the second thing that I would do. The third thing is actually just investment, right? People sort of think about security and data privacy almost as the last thought. You're normally only focused on your product and what you're selling to the customer. I would reverse that question. I think solving for risk is your first question, right? Because today you may have seen in the press as well, the company that I work in, which has an Indian CEO, Satya, has announced a very large investment to the tune of almost $20 billion on security itself coming up over the next 4 or 5 years. Now, typically businesses where you put your money where your mouth is, and that really starts to sort of pay off over time. Companies who have invested dramatically in product quality have shown outstanding products over time. Companies which invest in security over the next 4 or 5 years will show dramatic improvement in security and sort of trust over time. You need to decide where you want to put your investment. So those would be the three I call out to win, Group Captain.
Thank you, Mithun. Here is another question from, again, the student. I think today the work from anywhere is the new concept. People are not thinking about it only from home or office. How do companies better adapt to this hybrid workplace that is here to stay? And what's your example personally in this field?
See, first of all, before we get to work from anywhere is an outcome of connectivity. And connectivity means today, if I'm sitting and my business that I ran, when I was running the fintech company, the team size was about 1,200 people. We had about 5,000 crores. We were giving out loans across the country. My expectation, and this may sound unreasonable, my expectation as the CEO of the company, Group Captain, was that I want to know every piece of information updated up to the last minute, whenever I want, live. So you want it now, you want it at my fingertip, you want it up to date, and you want it conveniently. This is what people want. Now, hyperconnectivity and working anywhere comes after you've built the base for this. Once you have this, if this can truly happen for every employee, which is, can I get all the information accessible easily now and up to date without having to sit in a room and collect everyone around it and say, now you add those numbers, now you go collect this thing, you go count that thing, you go check in the warehouse. Without doing that, that is your first step to being able to work anywhere. Because then only the parts of the business which need physical management need to be done in the location. The rest can be done remotely. The second piece is having the right kind of equipment to allow you to have those conversations. Right? Today, I'm using a state-of-the-art computer. So are you. You have a fabulous, virtual background. I've blurred my background while sitting at home. Now, this stuff is allowing us to speak. And this was unimaginable maybe even 6 years back. And today we all are connected. And this will only keep on improving. The next step on that evolution for hybrid work is I still don't have the full level of my connection that I would have if I was sitting in the same room with all of you, with you and with the audience. I would love for us to be able to get to a place where truly avatars allow us a true 3D experience of being able to experience that, right? That would be the second curve on that. The third on, people wanting to work from anywhere is, I think while it is true you can do 80-90% of the work anywhere, I don't think human connection is going to go away. So my own sense is we will continue to live in a phygital world. You cannot substitute the trust that is built over a human connection for you over a game of golf, for me over a coffee or something. That would be the connection that you never can be substituting just because you're able to do it. So it would still have that balance, but that's how I see this going forward.
Great. Yes. You really get outdated if you don't get connected. I fully agree with you, Mithun. Here is another question, which is again from a management student from Chennai. Any example of companies which have truly leveraged AI for success in their businesses? And what learnings do we have from that examples?
See, I'll give a couple of examples. I think, in the... So I did speak about Myntra itself. And maybe one other example I'll give you from the Myntra world, because it's, a digital first company, right? So from the Myntra world, and something that I worked on myself was Myntra created an AI engine to predict fashion. What I mean by that is this sounds simple, but one of the biggest problems in the fashion industry is you will manufacture something, in March. And by July, August, people don't like that style anymore. And that style hence just sits in your warehouse and only 20% of what you manufactured got sold. The balance 80% you have to write off. And this happens in the industry quite a bit. In fashion, it has two effects. One is your own business suffers. 2 is the customer experience suffers because they are not getting what they want. 3 is it is actually polluting for the environment, so not sustainable either because you're writing off so much of waste, right? So this happens very regularly in the fashion industry. We set out to say, can we make a crack at it? What we did was today, with the internet, with Pinterest, with Instagram, with all of the shopping information that you have, people shopping on your own website, you can take all that data and you can actually predict in a real manner what is the trend moving towards. Are people going to buy more stripes or are people going to buy more dots? You don't need to do that sitting in a room and thinking. You can do that based on real info. We created an AI engine called Water, which was able to predict that. That real time gives information back to companies on what kind of styles they need to manufacture. That allows the companies to manufacture them just in time and then reduce the total wastage. So win-win-win everywhere, and the customer is getting what they want. We in fact had a couple of customers, a couple of the big companies buy our software product, and we call that product Water, which had powered a few of the large fashion players, including H&M at one point, which is the globally second largest fashion retailer. But that's an example of AI at scale. You see other examples too, Group Captain. I've seen logistics companies across the globe being able to use them at scale to be able to predict where is your biggest demand and supply going. I've seen it in trucking and car manufacturing companies. So Daimler, which was a global truck manufacturer, was able to embed a chip in every truck to be able to see what is the wear and tear and where is those things coming up, and then predictively solve for maintenance way ahead of times when the truck actually breaks down. So you're solving for predictive maintenance rather than post-active maintenance. And it is not that every truck has to be serviced every 6 months because that will be too high a cost. It depends on where has it been used, where do you see the wear and tear, what early signals can you pick up, and then can you be able to solve for it. Those would be a few of the examples I would bring up, Group Cap.
I think great, Mithun, and I will add 1 or 2 questions, maybe a good rapid fire question. And the first question is, Microsoft being a global player that enjoyed extensive market penetration, which part of the world has actually been a challenge in terms of capturing the market, and why is it so? It gives an idea about how to deal with the world.
See, I wouldn't really call it a challenge because we are present in almost 120 countries and doing, and it's one of the 3 companies today which are which have reached a certain largest company in the world size. I think really the importance for us is not about which part, and we don't really see the world as geographies, right? We actually see the world as application usages and solution usages. So what kind of solutions are we able to offer? The world used to be we used to have large server machines which would keep all of our data in one location. We moved that to the cloud. What is the next level? The next level is going to be people to be able to work in the metaverse, truly collaborating with each other, half physical, half digital. So the challenge has always been, Group Captain, which is when you see the next curve coming, can you move the industry to adopt it faster than sooner? Some people are fast adopters, some people are slow adopters. 5 years back, everyone was saying the word cloud, but not enough people had adopted it. Today, there is hardly a company which is still on-prem. Everybody is on the cloud, right? So this is the difference that's happened in as little as 5 years. Now, when I speak about people collaborating in a metaverse, today, it seems a little remote. 3 years from now, we'll all be doing that fairly seamlessly. Now, who picks it up first versus last? That's the challenge. And it's not a geography-specific issue. It's actually mindsets of different industries which will pick it up or not.
One last question before we let you go. You briefly mentioned about metaverse, which is very, very exciting. When is it likely to be launched in India? Is it connected with 5G, or is it going to be part of the Microsoft's software, which you are going to be preloaded and given? How is it going to work? In brief, you can share. It will be a great insight for us.
I would recommend that everyone go and read today's News Plus, or not today's, in the last weeks, and look for Satya's talk on it, because that will explain way better than I can. It is already launched. We have a collaboration with a large, company. Our collaboration software, Group Captain, within Microsoft is called Teams. The next version of Teams, or the more enhanced version, which truly allows collaboration in the metaverse, is called Mesh, which brings in both physical and digital with AI avatars, with a lot of features to be able to. It's already launched. It's in the market, and it has come out in the US. People are still adopting it, but lots is there in the press launch of it. I'm happy to share the link with you, Group Captain, if interested. But I would say just search on the web for Satya's latest, on what we have launched to the market, and you'll see the right double click on that.
Thank you, Mithun. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, and thanks for really sparing your valuable time to share your insights on this very, very important, relevant theme. Thank you, and stay safe. I think let's keep in touch as soon as possible.
Likewise, Group Captain, the pleasure is all mine. Any chance to interact with the MMA is always a pleasure, and I hope this is of value to all of the folks in the audience, and look forward to being in touch.
Mr. Ramanathan is a founder of Positive Integers Private Limited, a decision science company, and has been spearheading this company since inception. Currently, he is holding the position of CEO in Positive Integers. Earlier, he was holding the position of Director Analytics and Commercial, Vodafone AMEAP region, and as Chief Marketing Officer of Vodafone India. Mr. Ramanathan has a master's degree in commerce from Delhi School of Economics and a management degree from IIM Ahmedabad. He currently serves on the boards of companies like Tirumeni Finance Private Limited, Tata Communications Payment Solutions Private Limited, Positive Integers Private Limited, Tata Communications Transformation Services Limited, and Tata Teleservices Maharashtra Limited.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here, and I really thank MMA for calling me to address a very large group of students. It's always great to talk to this young lot, the curious ones, and such interactions really, in my opinion, as practitioner from the industry and sharing our real life experiences is a great way to whet the curiosity, and bodies like MMA play a stellar role in making this happen, and I'm sure they will do more and more of these, because in my opinion these kind of interactions give a lot more than what most books can teach, because in current generation people can learn by themselves. What we are doing is not teaching, but kind of lending our experience, sharing it to their lending ears. At the outset, I must say one thing. The topic is very, very new. It is all about data analytics, big data, data science, you call it whatever. But asking me to speak sounds a little anachronistic. So that is my first caveat. So I'm going to kind of give you a practitioner's view, not so much a technical view of somebody who is really doing the craft today, but somebody who is using the craft to make a difference to business problems. So the outset, to give you a context of what I opened with, is a very interesting quote. And I will lead on to saying the topic for the day. So I grew up in the current era, which is called the physical era, and I understand English and I speak English. The next generation is growing up in the digital era and they speak social. So welcome to the conversation around the transition from atoms to bits. So this is really what I'm going to be talking about, and what my understanding, it's really a conversation over the next 15-20 minutes or so. There is a fundamental tenet which is, in my opinion, kind of gathering ground over the past few years. And this is a very interesting way to look at the world. I call it the instrumented, interconnected, intelligent world. Welcome to it. Why I'm saying that? Instrumented because out of a global population of around 8 billion, we have 7 billion odd cell phones. Interconnected, you have global supply systems, technologies, communication, travel, and a classic case, all of us have been impacted of the so-called interconnected world is COVID-19. And intelligent, very, very interesting to note that, I don't know how many of you know this, in 2021, 2020 more like, the world had around 50 billion sensors. Projection by 2027 is this number is going to become beyond 350 billion sensors. So, which is why I believe that this intelligent, interconnected, instrumented world is the new world order, and is going to throw up three very interesting things. In the world of technology, it's going to be the era of ecosystems. What is it? An era of ecosystems is really about three principles. A, the world will operate through platforms. B, people will collaborate and compete. And C, data will be available to any and every company, because earlier, very difficult for small organizations to be in control, total control of their destiny. So these are three important changes which we believe will govern what the world order will be. And one driving force behind all of these is, I need to refer to terminology of Joseph Schumpeter during the Second World War and thereafter. This is the terminology called creative destruction, and is really what the terminology he used to explain this world shifting from unit production to mass production. What we are going to see is of a much larger magnitude, and that is explained by this terminology which you would have heard, Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 and 4.0. So let me just explain in very simple terms what that is, because that is really setting the stage for what we are going through today. 1.0 was the era where it was about unit production, very simple. So without getting into any techno speak, I'm going to simplify it. Industry 2.0 is really moving to mass production. Industry 3.0 is really bringing process efficiencies and automation and information technology to redefine production and scale. But Industry 4.0 is defining fundamentals at the basics. 4.0 is about three principles again. A, ubiquitous internet. B, availability of sensors which are very powerful and at the same time very inexpensive. And finally and most importantly, it is data available on the tap. So now all of these forces brings three important what I call rules by which companies and businesses will exist, and those three are this. First, every organization in this new world order has to digitize. The second is about interoperability and connected players. Third is about big data, which leads to mass customization. So if you look at all of these, there is one connecting thread, and the one connecting thread which defines these three pivots is really big data. So now coming to the topic, let me define first what is big data, right? So first let me give you the what I call the purest definition of big data. So big data is defined on 4 V's. First V is volume. Volume has again 3 ways to illustrate the magnitude of volume. 1, we have more than 7 billion cell phones alone, which is a source of data. The second, we have 1.5 billion cars with 100 sensors each, which again is a source of data. Third, most organizations today have almost 100 terabytes of data within their ambit. So this is just to illustrate the scale or volume of data that is available today. This is the first V. Second V is variety. Again, I will illustrate through 2 examples. We have nearly 30 billion instances of content posted on Facebook, for example, in a day, and 4 billion hours of video on YouTube alone. So this is just to give you a flavor of the variety of data that gets generated. Third, the third V is velocity. Velocity is, again, I am illustrating it to say how do we understand velocity. A, there are nearly 20 billion network connections operating concurrently, number 1. Number 2, again another example, nearly 1.5 terabytes of data is generated in every trading session. So if you combine these are all meant to be illustrative and a sample of a large data set. So when you look at the full picture, you can just understand the kind of numbers and the variety and the velocity of data we are talking about. The fourth V, which is very, very important, is veracity, which is the accuracy. This is where the rubber hits the road. Most companies and most businesses today have a problem with veracity. 2 illustrations again. The US government, I just gathered through secondary data, the US government loses a couple of $1 trillion a year on account of inaccurate data, lack of veracity, for example. And the second thing is you're really talking about responses where you're seeking any company, for example, you would know. A company goes out and seeks responses from customers. And most of it is in the interactive space today, right? So in the interactive space, the level of accuracy of data in terms of responses is below 20%. So when you look at connecting all of this 4 V's, you're really dealing with the mammoth-ness of data as defined by a purist. I will just round it off by saying only one thing. All of you would know Eric Schmidt, the executive chairperson of Google. He gave one data point to kind of highlight what I'm trying to say. From the dawn of civilization to 2003, the world had only 5 exabytes of data. Right now, we are generating the same number every 2 days. So, wherever data is there, analytics cannot be far behind. So, welcome what I call to the measurement economy. So, when you have data, analytics cannot be far behind. And if you have to do analytics, a computer cannot be far behind. But this is the interesting part. A computer can process, can store, can retrieve, can generate patterns out of the data. It will need a human touch, it will need a human brain to lend a flavor to that data. And in my experience, I feel every enterprise's data is a treasure of stories. So a human touch is needed to convert the data into a story. When data tells stories, you have something of interest to a decision maker. So I believe the world of data and analytics is both a science and an art. Now I'm going to get into the next part, which is really to explain what does the spectrum of analytics include. Again, I'm going to make it very simple. The entire data analytics has 4 pillars. The first one is called the data engineering pillar. The data engineering pillar is very simple, no techno speak. The data engineering pillar is the one which cleans, stores, retrieves data that can be processed and used by business. So there is a lot of skills here around database management, programming and all. These are all the necessary skills that go there. But the end outcome of all this is really providing a platform or a handshake to business to take it forward and process it. So the second pillar is data visualization. In very simple terms, data visualization is the process of transforming large data sets and templates and data structures into easily readable graphs and formats. So what goes into a visualization are 2 things. You have a strong data engineering layer that creates a data mart. Now that data mart in conjunction with strong wireframes allows you to create graphs, views which are very nimble and easy to use and comprehend. What does this activity do? It helps generate insights and help generate consume data in a meaningful and easy to use way. This is the second pillar. The third is the analytics layer. Now this is the interesting part. Analytics, there are 3 types of analytics that happens. There is descriptive analytics, there is predictive analytics, there is prescriptive analytics. Descriptive analytics is all about knowing what has happened. Predictive analytics is using largely historical data on the back of techniques to tell you what will happen. Prescriptive analytics is all about telling you how to make the prediction happen. So here is where AI, ML all come and sit. All these are advanced techniques which are largely a part of the prescription process. AI is nothing but a simulation of human mind which gets built into machines and built for scale. I am just simplifying definitions so that it is easy to understand. Now when it is built to scale, simply a human mind cannot deal with that scale and complexity. So AI brings in both narrow intelligence which is repetitive, wider intelligence which is more recognition of patterns and behaviors. ML in terminology is a subset of AI. It primarily looks at data from machines which are historical in nature, and the machine learns on its own through experience with greater and greater data sets. Important to mention here that all business problems does not need advanced analytics for a resolution or a solution. It is absolutely important to have the right problem, applying the right technique to get the right performance at a model level to decide which of these techniques become important. And that obviously is in the context of whether the problem needs prescription or the problem needs prediction. So this is the third part of analytics. So all these, where all the buzzes around AI, ML, things like that are largely consigned to the third bucket, which is the analytics bucket. It's not over. The fourth one is really action. Action is primarily what I am saying is that you built a solid data engineering layer that allows you to clean, process and take the data for further work by the business. Now that is acted upon, you create reports, you see, get insights. Some of those insights point you to problems, those problems need processing and pursuit. Those pursuit will be on the back of advanced analytics techniques. All that will lead to saying, hey, this is what something has to be done for solving a future problem. Now that needs to get converted into an action, which is primarily in an organization's last mile. Now this action has got a large business interface. So in summary, you have these four large buckets which constitute, in my opinion, the entire analytics spectrum. If I were to summarize it in a sentence, this is really about seeing the full spectrum of converting data to information, to insight, to intervention. So data is something which is raw. Intervention is when you have crystallized it, processed it and you act on it. So this whole process, in my opinion, is what I would call as the entire analytics spectrum. Now, when I say this, it should be obvious to you that there are three very disparate capabilities that come together to make somebody tick. There is a very, very important aspect of understanding technology in computing. There is a very, very strong lineage of mathematics and statistics one needs to have. And finally and most importantly, you need a huge underpinning understanding of the business. So we believe that this converged view is the fulcrum of data analytics, the converged view between domain knowledge, technology and math. This converged view, in my opinion, is the fulcrum of any data analytics, data science work a company can do. If you don't have it, you can do great math, you can have great technology, you can have the best of products and licenses, but you won't be able to make it hard work for you as an entity. So this primarily, in my opinion, is how I would look at the skill sets, right, to make somebody perform, succeed in the analytics journey. So if I were to kind of bring it all together, and if you see the whole process from the context of where we are, what is the what is the world order we are dealing with, the era of digitization, the era of plethora of data, simple. Analytics is absolutely a way of conducting business, is going to be a way of life. There is no escape from that at all. So in that sense, people and organizations do not have the license or the luxury to decide whether this is something they need to do or can they postpone. This you either shape up or you ship out. There is no other alternative for organizations in this new world order. Now if this is how the world and the world of business is shaping, what is the survival kit? What does somebody need to do to survive in this kind of a thing? I want to talk about primarily two things. One is I want to talk about education of today and tomorrow, and the second aspect of that is about employability of today and tomorrow. Education of tomorrow is this. All of us in our times, in my generation, placed a premium on knowledge. I don't know if, I'm sure most of you would know and have heard of Nicholas Negroponte, the founder of MIT Labs. In fact, in his last interview, I think you can actually check the last TED talk of his when he was past 70. He said that knowledge is a zero-sum game. Human beings eventually will have chips on them, there will be no premium on knowledge. This is a fundamental tectonic shift of what we are used to versus what the world is going to be. So if knowledge is on the tap, the defining thing is what you do with the knowledge, which becomes very important. Now, in that context, you must understand every new technology and anything that comes together in the recent era has very, very strong and quick obsolescence rates. So a very important change has happened in terms of from an education standpoint and a preparedness from kind of my generation to now, is that it's absolutely okay to fail. It's absolutely okay to make mistakes. In fact, there is a premium on making mistakes and failing. So if you have to fail, fail soon, fail fast and fail big. There is no problem because we would think that this is the way and the best way to learn. So from a principles of education, I think there are three important things. The world will see more peer-to-peer learning. The world will see customized learning, and the world will see universal access. Here is a simple example of universal access. All of you would know of the founder of Andrew Ng of DeepMind, probably the father of AI. He has already educated, he has already shared and taught 100,000 people online virtually for free. Now that is going to be the new world order. There is no premiumness on physicality. So so-called, big institutes commanding huge premium, I think there is an expiry or a use by date. So this is what is going to happen on education. From an employability standpoint, I think the problem I see is even more stark. I think the defining change I am seeing, or I would like to believe will happen, I think the world will move clearly from generalists running this world order, making way for specialists. It is not so, in fact, very interesting. There was a management school where I had gone to speak and I was talking to management students, and I felt that management education, I really think at some point will get completely re-engineered. I feel if human beings don't need to be supervised, we need to figure out what is the role for management. I don't know the answer, but it's $1 million question. But clearly I see the handover of baton from generalists to specialists. Now, I'll just kind of summarize it in all of this by kind of bringing a very interesting quote Vinod Khosla made. He said there are 10 sensors in the cell phone, there are 100 to, in fact his actual quote is 400 sensors in the car, but there are no sensors in the human body. A day is not far when you're going to have it. So if every one of you has to have a sensor, just make sure you have the curiosity sensor in your body.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for your thought-provoking insights on the theme relevant to AI, ML, and IoT. And I'm quite sure the students will be kindled the thought process to really understand what exactly it means for them. And we have received a number of questions relevant to the theme. I will place it before you to respond to each one of them as appropriate, please. You spoke about education of tomorrow. And your question in this regard is, the certification obtained by way of online system of education, is it as valuable as regular courses, or should the students go for degree programs in analytics, ML, and IoT? Are there enough counselors available to guide the students on suitability and selection of such courses? Your views, please.
So the way I would like to answer it is, I'm not going to make a typical answer to that. The first thing I want to do is we need to make a distinction between knowledge and learning. All the methodologies today, whether it's certification, online, physical, is in my opinion giving a foundation to a student. Now, obviously we need to be discerning enough to figure out who is giving you a good foundation. But the way I will explain it is as follows, right? In our experience in real life, this is a 6 to 7 year, the maximum experience I come across amongst good analysts, data analysts, is between 7 to 8 years experience. And 7 to 8 years, they have probably worked in 3 to 4 companies. So in my opinion, what do we look for? We obviously are not looking for ability of somebody to figure out what they have done in 7, 8 years to make an impact to our business. We are really looking for people who have the agility and ability to pick up the business on the fly and make an impact in 2 years. In our times, you could give somebody a luxury of 4 or 5 years to impact. In this generation, in this field, we need to have an impact on the ground in 6 to 8 months. So that is the fundamental difference. We are looking for somebody who can come and learn in our environment, embrace the business, embrace the domain, apply capabilities and stay cutting edge, bring it all together in 6 to 8 months. So that is the craft we are looking for. Finally, I will simplify it as make it analogous. All these methods by which you acquire your knowledge is like learning a language. What you come and pick it up in my business and the nuances of the domain is bringing grammar to your language. So if you do not bring grammar to your language is of no use. You need to bring it both together.
It is a perception or reality that technology adoption is more faster in service industry than manufacturing industry. The question is relevant because you spoke quite a lot about the reference to Industry 4.0, where the adoption of Industry 4.0 is very relevant post-pandemic. So what's your view on this?
Absolutely right. Services have embraced, technology, data much more quickly than manufacturing. Fundamentally because there is also a balance sheet side of impact to doing this. Here we are talking about making large investments in machines and making machines compatible, organizations compatible, and that IoT is a very, very important part of 4.0 and that absolutely resides within the spectrum of manufacturing. So what it also does is it asks for a departure and a fresh thinking and making risks. It moves somebody away from a comfort zone from a manufacturing standpoint. Whereas in services, it's very easy for an organization to test, try in smaller spaces of impact before it can kind of go national. For example, we did some work with a consumer product company. It's absolutely easy to isolate the influence to around a geography of 100,000 people, 10-15 distributors, pressure test it, figure out, measure the impact and put all the test conditions, and you can kind of unlock these concentric circles from 100,000 to 500,000 to 1 million to 10 million to 5 crores, right? So it is very easy to do in something like that, whereas in manufacturing your change has to be wholesale and there has to be belief that it will happen. Now everybody wants to be in the gravy train, but somebody has to take the call to kind of be sitting in the front to drive it. Now that is where I think the crunch is, because today the narrative in organizations is there a payback on this effort? Tomorrow, if you don't have any other way of doing business other than this one, organizations will fall in line. Even now, the current narrative is business analytics paying back? Is data analytics paying back? They look at an investment, they want a payback in a reasonably short period of time. Tomorrow, organizations will either exist or become extinct without embracing it. So has it become an existential one? It is not. So my view is that it will eventually fall in line, manufacturing will get in, but it's a slightly more difficult decision to take.
There is a lot of misinformation and lack of understanding in the application of big data. Could you please explain what is big data and how it is related to IoT and how does ML relate to AI, please?
So big data, I have given earlier a technical understanding of how is big data defined. But let me again give you how we view it as a practitioner. Let me simplify it. Data has got only two facets. A, is the data within the enterprise or outside the enterprise? B, is the data structured or unstructured? When you say structured, is it in rows and columns in a database? It's not. So it is simply put a 2 by 2. To me, data is distributed in all the 4 quadrants together constitute big data. in current parlance, how it is understood is largely when people use big data, they refer to the quadrant of what we call unstructured external data, which is primarily data in the world of internet. Now, because that data is in different file types in different formats, and if you ask me, there is both noise and data in that, so it is a lot of challenge, but that is where the nuggets are. So any work on that is very important, but having said that, working on data on all the 4 quadrants together constitute big data. IoT is a part of internal structured data. It is available in machines. The moment you put sensors into machines and you start capturing the data, the machines talk to each other and the data gets generated. So to me, it is like keeping data in a database. The machine generated data is technically an IoT. It works through sensors that can be captured in a database for further processing.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for sharing your insights and responding to all the questions. Indeed, oblige and look forward to seeing you more at MMA. Thank you so much.
Mr. V. Shankar, an IIT-M IIMC graduate, founder CAMS Computer Age Management Services Private Limited in 1988 to provide a platform and services to the Indian mutual fund industry. He is involved with several organizations that promote entrepreneurship as well as with both his alma mater. Mr. Shankaran Narain, Executive Director and Investment Officer, ICICI Prudential AMC Limited. Mr. Narain, an IIT Madras and IIMC alumni. Mr. Narain joined the AMC in 2004 as fund manager and has worked in various capacities in the investment function, culminating in his taking over as the Chief Investment Officer. He currently manages some of flagship schemes of the ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund. Mr. Narain was also a member of the esteemed panel of invitees for the Honorable Prime Minister's pre-budget consultation meet for 2020. In recognition of his work, various leading investment authors have featured him through dedicated chapters in their investment books. He is widely recognized as India's leading mutual fund and capital market investment guru. Mr. Shankaran Narain is also a member of the Committee on Equity Matters at AMFI.
We are going to speak today on financial preparedness for tough times. And maybe it's a little bit of, closing the door after the stable, closing the stable door after the horse is bolted. But still, there will be more tough times in times to come. And it is important for our audience, which is mainly students and some of our members, to understand how they should prepare themselves for tough times that may come in future. So I want to start this off, Narain, by basically handing over to you for an opening address, and then I'll come back to you with some questions that our members have raised for you. Over to you.
Number one lesson that actually one of my gurus called Howard Marks taught me is that there is something called a cycle. And this cycle actually keeps happening and it goes from one end to another end. And it's like a clock. So the pendulum swings. There is a pendulum which becomes very, very optimistic, and there is a pendulum which becomes very, very pessimistic. So, for example, I've been in equity markets for long. So there have been periods like 2008 and 2002 when the pendulum was exceptionally pessimistic. There have been periods like 1999, 2007, and now where the pendulum has been very, very optimistic. And if I look at this topic, what is important is that individuals who are part of financial markets have to recognize that you have to be careful when the pendulum is extremely optimistic, like today. And what does it mean? It means that you have to be careful in taking position in derivative markets. You should not be leveraged in equities. You have to be exceptionally careful when you're investing in equities today. On the other hand, when the pendulum is extremely pessimistic, like 2008 or 2002, you have to be extremely aggressive and you should take extremely positive views towards equity markets in 2002 and 2008. The irony is, at that point of time, the people will tell you just the reverse. So if you looked at the markets, the best 2 times to invest in the markets was after the Lehman failure and after the World Trade Center bombing. But if you had bought on the day after World Trade Center bombing or after the Lehman failure, it was astonishingly difficult to buy equities. But those are the 2 best days to buy equities anywhere in the world. So when you talk about financial preparedness for tough times, I would say we are opposite times. We are actually in the best times at this point of time. And you have to be exceptionally careful at this point of time. In fact, I have a theory that if something comes into first page of newspapers, you have to be very careful. So today, for example, cryptocurrencies have started to come in the first page of newspapers. And if everything starts getting, comes in first page of newspaper and starts becoming the thing which sponsors everything, you have to be very, very careful. So I would say that, you know, I always tell people that if something is getting sponsored by a particular set of companies, you have to be very careful, unless it is by an established company, which always does it all the time. And today, if suddenly today cryptocurrency companies are today the ones which are sponsoring everything, you have to be very careful. And that again is actually, you know, financial preparedness for difficult times actually works opposite. So if everything is sponsored by a set of companies suddenly, that actually is a more dangerous area. So I would say that cryptocurrency trading is possibly one of the most dangerous things to do at this point of time. Not that I'm an expert in cryptocurrency, not that anyone can be an expert in cryptocurrency, but the reality which everyone knows, that is by investing in cryptocurrency, do you get interest? Answer is no. Do you get dividend? The answer is no. And it reminds me to my days in Chennai, where I don't know whether you remember, there was something called as a teak tree. And a lot of people invested in teak trees, thinking you'll make money out of teak trees. And those teak trees never came up. And those companies actually went bankrupt. And it was very, you know, people did all kinds of multiplication and said, if you invested in teak trees, you will actually make huge sum of money. But those teak trees never came up. So I would say that that's a very interesting aspect that I learned from my experiences, that there is nothing called money hanging in the air which can be made too easily. And this is the second lesson that we have all learned from our experience. The third lesson I would say, which something, you know, which I have learned by watching Shankar and my own experiences, is that everyone thinks that education ends on the day we finish education. Actually, education never should end. And if you think education ends on the day you finish education, then you will go obsolete in no time. For example, when I started my career, I was involved with Chennai Stock Exchange membership. But it's very interesting to note that Madras Stock Exchange did not last. And slowly over a period of time, I became a fund manager. And it is because that I became a fund manager of an equity mutual fund that I have a career at the age of 55. Mr. Shankar started by doing registrar work. And before that, he did a lot of work for us in Hong Kong Bank. And from there, he moved to becoming a mutual fund registrar. So the kind of changes that all of us did over our entire investing career, over our career by learning continuously is just unbelievable. And if we all thought that after an IIT IIM, we have finished learning, we would have all become obsolete in 10 to 15 years. So just like, you know, there are troubled times on a continuing basis, You have to keep learning. In fact, I met one of my IIT Madras classmates about 4 years back. He told me that when I was studying in IIT, we learned something called Fortran. Then we learned something called Pascal. Then we learned something called C++. Then I learned something else. Then I learned Python. So he said learning never ended in software. And if he had stopped learning, he said that he would have got obsolete in 5 years' time. So the reality is that, continuous learning is part of how you manage the world over a period of time. And this is the biggest learning that I had, that if I decided that I will be only involved in Madras Stock Exchange and not anything else, I would have actually not managed to have a career at the age of 55. Because the reality is that, there were so many people who are involved in trading in a floor, then subsequently involved in handling transfer deeds, who used to actually handle something called as a clearinghouse. All those professions actually changed. There used to be a situation where all the brokers used to deal for all the customers. Today, all the customers do directly through internet, and internet changed everything. So if we had decided that in 89, when I passed out of MBA, I stopped learning, in 2021, the learning I would have become obsolete. So when you say financial preparedness, I would say that you have to actually continuously keeping learning is part of financial preparedness. Like, for example, in 2000 till 2007, I used to think that if I had learnt an annual report, if I had read an annual report, I could make money in stocks. In 2008, when the financial crisis hit and we lost 50% for all our investors, I went back and realized that it is not enough to read annual reports. You have to understand what is happening in macroeconomics. And therefore, I had to learn macroeconomics in the year 2008. And after that, it helped me to launch a US blue chip equity fund in 2012, which turned out to be extraordinarily successful because a dollar rupee changed substantially from 2011 to 2013. What was dollar rupee in 45 became 68 in 2013. And that was because of the learnings that we had in macroeconomics, which we learned after 2008, after the global financial crisis. So financial preparedness also involves being completely learning newer and newer things. And particularly if you are in IT related areas, if you're not going to learn on a continuing basis, you will soon become obsolete. So what are my learnings growing up in Chennai? We are all taught to study. We are all taught to study to do very well in academics, but we are not taught how to make money. And to make money is an art. And to learn that art, you have to learn how to become an investor. And what is needed to become an investor? What is needed to become an investor is actually very good temperament. And how do you build temperament? You build temperament by knowing how to manage your emotions. So what happens is that there are times when the market does very, very well. When the market does very, very well, you have to know how to say that you will actually come out of an asset class. So for example, in 2012-13, for about 11-12 years, real estate had done very well across the country. So I used to tell people in 2012-13, sell your real estate. So I had a flat in Chennai, which I sold because I felt that the flat in Chennai had appreciated too much from 2004 to 2012-13. Because one of my biggest learnings from the learning of cycle was that if you had a situation where an asset class did very, very well, you have to book profit in that asset class. But it was so difficult in 2012-13 for people to sell real estate. Most people bought real estate. In 2012-13, I got a chance to meet builders all over India. And I met builders in Delhi, I met builders in Bombay, I met builders in Pune, I met builders in Calcutta. I told all of them, please deleverage, do not build debt in real estate. No one was willing to listen to me because after 10 years of real estate going up, they could not see that real estate cannot continuously go up. But the most important thing is cycle. So if you have 10 years of market going up, it is very difficult for them to visualize that markets can also go down. So most of the builders across India took debt and leveraged themselves, that from 2013 to 2020, almost everywhere, with the exception of Hyderabad, real estate prices fell. And Hyderabad had not gone up because of a Telangana split. Otherwise, in all other places, real estate prices did not move up from 2013 to 20. So if you are able to recognize a cycle and stay with a good temperament at the top of the cycle, you will make huge money. Take today US, for example. The US stock market has been continuously going up from 2012 to 2021. And now you have 9 years of market going up. People find it so difficult to be cautious at this point of time. And they're so happy paying record high valuations for companies which don't make earnings in US. So people ask me, is it easy? I think it is easy, but you need a good temperament. People think making money requires knowledge. It is not knowledge which decides how to make money. It is temperament which decides how to make money. Everyone in India knew that for 11 years, real estate prices had gone up everywhere in India. But in 2012-13, for people to take a call that real estate was overvalued is very difficult. Today, for people to take a call that many of the new age companies in America and other places is overvalued, people find it very difficult because for the last 9 years, all the stocks have gone up. Similarly, if you take the cryptocurrency boom at this point of time, people find it pretty difficult. So what else should you do in financial preparedness? It's very simple. When times are good, save. When times are very bad, use the saving to reduce your use the savings and spend the money at that point of time. So when times are very good, if you know how to save, it is very, very important. And if you don't save when things are good, it is a problem. Everything is a cycle. If you're a small and medium enterprise and you have actually done very well for the last 3 years, do not splurge, save. On the other hand, if you've gone through a period where it's very, very tough, that's the time to utilize your savings. So if you borrow at the top of the market, you have a problem. Borrowing at the bottom of the market is never a problem. And this is the learnings that we have from my 32 years of working. So many of what I believe is financial preparedness is pretty easy for people to do. And all that is required is a good temperament. And if you can actually create a good temperament, it would help a lot. And in our reading, to create a good temperament, it is useful to create a group of people. Actually, I grew up in Chennai. I made a lot of financial mistakes in 94, 95. And after making a lot of financial mistakes in 94, 95, 96, we created a group of friends. Many of those friends are sitting in Chennai. That group of friends became some kind of a support system. And all of us together created a support system which helped us to actually improve our temperament. If that group had not been created, I believe that we could not have improved our temperament. And the moment our temperament improved, we started to make very good money over the long term. It helped me to become a good fund manager for the last 17 years. It helped us, ICICI Prudential, to become one of the largest equity fund managers in the country and manage other people's money well. You'll be surprised to note, knowledge is not the most important thing to make money in life. It is temperament which is the most important to make money in life. And this is our learning over long periods of time. And that's what I wish to talk to all my fellow citizens from my hometown of Chennai. Thank you all.
I could see that you're speaking from your heart. And as you said, 30 odd years of working in the financial markets, you do learn a number of things. Couple of things I wanted to emphasize that you said, which I think bear emphasis to this audience. First is this question of keeping on learning. Of course, whatever the business you are in, whether you're a business, whether you're a student, whether you're in a profession, learning is the key to ultimate success. And in the same way, if you think that you want to become an investor, earn money beyond what the fixed deposit will give you, then learning about the markets, learning about the cycles is very important so that you don't lose your shirt in the process. You emphasized it a number of times. I think it was fully deserved. All that emphasis is fully deserved. Cycles is another thing which you pointed out. Yes, markets go through cycles. We don't think of real estate as a market. Honestly, I think everybody thinks that real estate is just something that keeps going up and up. But all markets, including real estate, are indeed cycles. And maybe we are at the top of a cycle. Maybe we are nearing the top of a cycle. I don't really know. Maybe it's got some more distance to go. But I can be pretty sure that there will be a down cycle at some point in time. And we should all not lose our heart at that point in time. And we should be prepared for that. A few other points I will take them up when the question arises, but I want to take you through some of the questions that some of our members and audiences posed to us. The first question, rather obvious question, is this philosophy of saving up for bad times has been around for a long time. Our parents taught it to us, their parents taught it to them, and so on. But when you come across a down cycle which is as intense and as deep as what we've been through in the last couple of years, maybe not from the stock market perspective, but certainly from a personal earnings perspective, a large portion of the population has been severely impacted. How do you actually save for that? How do you actually protect yourself against that? Now, I know that companies cut costs and so on, and to some extent, individuals can also cut costs. Maybe there is a societal framework that supports you. There is a safety net somewhere there. Maybe government steps in a little bit. How do you think we should prepare for deep depressions, deep drops?
Beyond a point, it is tough because at the end of the day, India does not have the social net which is there in some parts of Europe, for example. And the good thing is India has a very good family support system. So the hope is the family support system helps you. But India has a tradition of savings. So if you had income, logically the question is savings. But what worries me is that, in people in my generation in Chennai, people didn't have the guts to borrow. And I would say that in my generation, people didn't have the guts to take any loan from, let's say, a personal loan or a credit card loan or any loan which paid any high interest to anybody, or even a chit fund loan or anything like that. Today, what I find is that a lot of people are happily willing to take loans at very high interest rates, even when times are good. And that is a worry. So I would say that it is very important that at least when times are good, do not borrow that easily. Create a savings pool through systematic investment plan in safe funds and things like that. And use that savings pool in bad times. Of course, if you don't have income and therefore you don't have savings, I don't know how I can help you. But if you had income and therefore a potential to save, I think you should use things like systematic investment plan and create a savings pool. There again, I believe that you cannot say I will only invest in equity. You have to invest in both equity and debt and gold, so that you are actually invested in all the asset classes. This is what I can say. So finally, at the end of the day, savings is the only thing which can help you in bad times. But if you never had income to save, that's a tough thing. But at least during what you think are decent times, do not borrow indiscriminately. That is another important thing which I believe in the times that I grew up in 80s in Chennai, it was almost not the done thing to borrow. Whereas now I find that when I talk to people, I believe that people are much more comfortable borrowing, whether it is in Bangalore or Chennai or Hyderabad. I feel the culture of borrowing more easily, not just for houses, but for anything, has increased significantly. And that's a slight worry. If you have income and you save a bit in good times, rather than say, I have income, so I will borrow to my income's capability. That is something that worries me a bit.
Second question, more for the corporates. Now, you talked about as an individual that you keep learning. And one of the aspects of learning is how to manage your personal affairs, including your personal money. What is the equivalent for companies, small companies, large companies, particularly small companies? The owners, the entrepreneurs are not necessarily great investors, not necessarily great financial managers. They may be good engineers, they may be good marketers, they may be good salespeople, but they may not necessarily be great at finance. And I've seen this quite often with smaller companies, that they get into financial trouble even though the business is fundamentally a good business. Where should these small business owners go to absorb some knowledge on better financial management? In that level of company, personal and company sort of merge together. It is almost like one big entity. Where would they go to learn that? What is your advice to them?
I mean, you'll be surprised. My personal view is it's finally only temperament here again. So, having watched bigger companies, finally at the end of the day, when a big bull market comes, they start doing big capex. When times are bad, they stop doing capex. So somewhere what is required is that you need to, when times are good, you need to be more careful. When times are very bad, you need to be more aggressive. See, everything is a cycle. So let's assume you are, let's say, manufacturing auto ancillary. When auto ancillary industry is doing extremely well, at that point of time, if you do capex, by the time the capex comes, the industry would be in down cycle. On the other hand, if auto ancillary industry is doing extremely badly, if you manage to find the ability to do capex, by the time the capex comes, the cycle would be up in good shape. So I tell people that somewhere, if we have seen that if 90% of the acquisitions that have happened in 2007 have been failures. Because in 2007, most of the acquisitions have happened at high price. Whereas if you had done acquisition post-Lemon, in 2008, after the financial crisis, your acquisition would have been good quality because you would have bought it at a bottom price. So I believe that, if you are able to take decisions at bottom of cycle, you normally take the right decisions, even if you're a small company. On the other hand, if you take decisions when things are doing very well, you normally take a wrong decision. And so my perception is that end of the day, my belief is that it is very critical that you have to look at the cycle and you have to look at the temperament. And in a way, my family was involved in a smaller business in 90s. And we have seen that as long as people are able to handle the temperament of taking a decision at the bottom, things work well. Because all the decisions taken at the top turn out to be decisions which you have taken somehow at the spur of the moment. Whereas if you're taking decisions at the bottom and you have the ability to take decisions which are against public view, then you somehow take the right decisions. This is my learning over watching people, even bigger companies, forget smaller companies.
I think there is a lot of peer pressure when there is bullishness and excitement all around, and you end up taking a decision which may not be the best in hindsight. I want to come back to this theme of learning or absorbing from the from the best in the market or from some sort of advisory infrastructure. If I am not well, I know where to go to. And if I have a problem with my heart, I know where to go. If I have a problem with my stomach, I know where to go. With my bones, I know where to go. There are specialist hospitals, there are specialist doctors. With lawyers, you have criminal lawyers, you have civil lawyers, you have just counsel who draft agreements for you. So as human beings, as citizens, we are well aware of where to go to for specialist advice in certain areas. I get the feeling somehow that the average person is not that familiar with the financial advisory infrastructure that is in the country. Can you take us through what the financial advisory infrastructure is in the country, and how does an average person with not too much money, maybe a few lakhs of rupees to invest, how does he access that infrastructure? Who does he reach out to? And how can he be sure that the advice that he's getting is reasonably good?
Actually, you look at it, the kind of SEBI, for example, has made us spend 0.01% of the AUM on investor education, which is a fairly large sum of money, frankly, because of the quantum of assets that the mutual fund industry has. You have a large number of mutual fund distributors all over India who are also engaged in advising investors, or rather they distribute products. You have a number of registered investment advisors. The number of websites that you have in India today which give you free knowledge on various things is unbelievable. If I go back to the pre-internet era, the amount of available information on various things, and look at the environment in 2021, you have almost 1,000 times more information today than you have in the pre-internet era. It is just that you have to decide that you have the time to spend on it rather than watch the latest movie, frankly. And the amount of information which is available today on the internet today on various matters is just unbelievable, if you ask me. And this is today, so much of this information is available free. And you'll be surprised the amount of information which is available. And as I mentioned, frankly, we've all learned by having a group of 4 or 5 of us together, actually, and you have industry associations and all these. If you had an industry associations and you had a group of 4 or 5 of you together, as I mentioned, if you have 4 or 5 of you, and if 4 or 5 of you different people decide that this is my strength, I'll focus on this, this is your strength, you focus on this. And if 4 or 5 of you together decide that let's jointly pool in knowledge, I think there is a fair amount of learning. For example, even in my team, we have different people looking at different things in my own team, because that is the way, knowledge can be shared. If I'm going to focus on everything, I have only 24 hours and there are only certain things I can do. So a lot of the work in my team is done by my colleagues who do a certain part of the work. I do a certain part of the work. So I believe that kind of sharing can also happen between different friends. And luckily, all people are not competitors of each other. And this is something which I have learned over a period of time, that we're all not competitors. We're all there to share information. In fact, one of the things I learned in financial advice particularly is Warren Buffett shared everything that he knew over decades. But still, it was not possible for others to follow what Warren Buffett said, because at the end of the day, there is a temperament point which ensured that others could not do what Warren Buffett wanted to do. So that's why there's not much of a problem. But I would say, finally, it is just like exercise. It is just like healthy habits. You have to finally find time for it and do it. If you don't find the time to do it and you are going to focus on something else, then there's nothing we can do about it.
You're right. As you said, money doesn't grow on trees. You have to work hard to make money.
Exactly.
It's not trivial. It's not a trivial exercise. Can you see, many of the audience here will be looking for careers shortly. And I want you to have a word with them about financial advice as a career, provision of financial advice. So is being a financial advisor a good career path? What actually does it entail? What sort of additional learning is required after a standard management degree? Just throw some light on that, please.
It's a very good career, but you have to remember that today internet is a competitor for every financial advisor. So somewhere we have to remember that, while financial advice is a great career, for everything today, internet is a competitor. And that is the only challenge that you have to keep in mind in a way for financial advice. But my own thesis, which I tell people, is that the Indian education system the three most important things for anyone in India or anywhere in the world is three things. You should know how to get along well with all the people around you. The second thing is you need to know how to deal with people. You should know how to communicate to people. And third is you should know how to make money in a market through temperament. I feel that these are the three skill sets you have to learn. Forget financial advice. You should know how to manage your money. And knowing how to manage your money is and the interesting thing is the educational system cannot teach you these three things. It doesn't teach you how to deal with people around you, whether it's your family, your friends, or bosses, subordinates, anyone. Second, it doesn't teach you well how to talk. So if I have to give a talk for 30 minutes, the system does not learn. There is no easy learning to teach. How do you talk to a public audience? And the third is how do you learn how to make money in the long run? And all these three skill sets are pretty important for your life.
Yeah.
And I would say forget financial advice as a career. Financial advice is needed for every human being in advice. Yeah. And I can tell you every person who is part of today's audience needs financial advice for self. Forget for the career. And that itself is important because it's like health. I'm saying if you have to take care of your health, you have to take care of your wealth. And therefore you read self-advice for financial. If you correctly in 2007 sold stocks and in 2008 you bought stocks, you would have made more money than you would have ever made in your lifetime. My opinion, what I've learned. In 2013, if you had bought small cap stocks and in 2017 you had small cap stocks, you would have made more money than you would have made in your job. So I would say financial advice for self is as important as financial advice as a career.
I agree with you. I think just as physical health is important, financial health is also important. And maybe what we all need to do is to rebrand financial advice as financial health, which maybe make people look at it a lot more seriously. Yeah. You spoke about our shared educational backgrounds, right? IIT Madras and IIM Calcutta. And I do go back there from time to time. I know a number of professors there. And I'm amazed to find that such educated, such knowledgeable, such experienced people in their respective domains actually know very little about the world of finance. They're extremely conservative, they put all their money in fixed deposits because that's the only thing they know, or they take advice from uncles and brothers and therefore they end up making mistakes. The amount of energy they spend in their own domain, they don't spend even 10% of that in their financial health. And as you said, we all sort of overlook this thing. We all sort of overlook the fact that financial health is very important. And the first step to being prepared for tough times is to look after your financial health, just as you have to look after your own physical health to be prepared for even in COVID, for example, people who are otherwise in good health are the guys who came through the infection easily. The people who had difficulty were all people who had comorbidities. They had diabetes, they were obese, something or the other. So as side effects play a role in physical health, similarly, your good financial health will see you through tough times. I think that is the message that you try to convey to everybody. And with that, Naren, I want to thank you. It was a very interesting session. Thank you so much.
Mr. R. Ramaraj, founder SIFI Technologies Private Limited, R. Ramaraj holds a B.Tech in Chemical Engineering from the University of Madras and an MBA from the Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. His last venture was SIFI, where he was the co-founder and chief executive officer. SIFI was the first Indian internet company to list on Nasdaq National Market in the US, Nasdaq SIFI. Ramaraj is on the board of Olympic Gold Quest, OGQ, a not-for-profit organization. OGQ is committed to bridging the gap between the best athletes in India and the best athletes in the world, thus helping Indian athletes to win Olympic gold medals. He was a member of the Global Board of Trustees of TIE, the Indus Entrepreneurs. In 2010, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, recognized him with a Lifetime Achievement Award. Ramaraj has been a senior advisor to Elivar since 2014. Prior to Elivar, he was the senior advisor at Sequoia Capital. He is a member of the Board of Governors of the Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. Mr. Vishwanathan Anand, Indian chess grandmaster and former world chess champion. Vishwanathan Vishy Anand is an Indian chess grandmaster and former world chess champion. He became the first grandmaster from India in 1988 and is one of the few players to have surpassed an ELO rating of 2800, a feat he first achieved in 2006. Anand is a 5-time world chess champion. In April 2006, Anand became the 4th player in history to pass the 2,800 ELO mark on the FIDE rating list after Garry Kasparov, Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin Topalov. He occupied the number 1 position for 21 months, the 6th longest on record. Known for his rapid playing speed as a child, Anand earned the sobriquet of Lightning Kid during his early career in the 1980s. He has since developed into a universal player and is considered by many to be the greatest rapid chess player of his generation. He won the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship in 2003 and 2017, the World Blitz Cup in 2000, and numerous other top-level rapid and blitz events. Anand was the first recipient of the Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award in 1991-92, India's highest sporting honour. In 2007, he was awarded India's second highest civilian award, the Padma Vibhushan, making him the first sportsperson to receive the award. Viren Wilfred Raskina is a former captain of the Indian national men's hockey team and the youngest player to have ever played in India's international league. He joined the Olympic Gold Quest in 2009 and is the CEO at present. Bagged a silver medal along with the team at the 2002 Asian Games held in Busan. Played a vital role in the team in securing gold medal for India at the 2003 Asia Cup held in Kuala Lumpur. Received the Shiv Chhatrapati Award by the Government of India in 2004. Bestowed with the Arjuna Award by the Government of India in 2005. Won the Best Sportsman of the Year award in 2005. Completed MBA from Indian School of Business, ISB, Hyderabad in 2009.
This is a session on appreciation of life. To do this session, we have 2 wonderful individuals, outstanding sportsmen, and more importantly, from this audience point of view, incredible role models. So why do I call them role models? Because not just because they've been successful sportsmen and in other aspects of life, but I think as role models, what comes to us is how did they become successful in the first place? How did they handle that success? For sports people, failures can be huge. So how did they handle failure? How did they come back out of it and continue to become and stay successful? And in all this, these 2 gentlemen seem to have enjoyed their lives and have had fun. So how do you have fun and still go through all these success, have your goals and meet it? So that is why I think they are great role models for all of you young leaders who are about to step out of your universities and come back into the business world. So Anand and Viren, we are talking to students of management who are about to step out into the business world or entrepreneurial world. For most business students, they have one objective only. And when they join the institute, till they are out, they have just one objective, and that is placement. Nothing else. They are far more focused than even Geet Sethi or you, Vishy, when you're at the chessboard, when they are looking at placement. So, in a way, the pandemic has got everyone to, there's a pause in our lives. There is a stock taking and introspection about what are we doing. While I don't think the business students have lost that focus, but I think they've had that window to introspect and think about what else they may be. So, Vishy, you were the first Grandmaster for India. You went on to become the world champion in chess, when in India, there was really nobody you could emulate to that extent, no great role model. And you, through all this, I saw in your book, you have quoted Paul Anka and Frank Sinatra in that song of My Way, and how you did it your way, which is what I'm understanding. So where have you been able to appreciate life through all this? And what pointers, based on your extraordinary successful background, can you share with these young leaders who are going to step out into the business world? So start with you, Vishy.
I was fortunate that I was sort of the first person to do many things. The first Indian Grandmaster, the first Indian to qualify for the candidates, then the first Asian to go for. As a result, I had the luxury of not having to match up to someone else's expectations. Literally, I could set my expectations. It was challenging as well, because there was a reason for this. We were doing this for the first time. I had to learn many things on my own. I would say at the beginning of my career, my three goals were ranking, just like placement, which is a kind of placement. So in a way, it's like they tell you at university, you must do certain things because that's how it is done there. I think very early in your career, you will not have anything called work-life balance. You have to go 100%. It's part of the learning process, because you understand what happens when you push, when you press the accelerator all the way, what happens when you push yourself that much. But very soon, so I had a big breakthrough at the world level when I became a world junior champion and a grandmaster in the same year. Then took me a while to get used to my new situation. Then I broke through to the next level when I got into became a candidate for the world cycle. That opened new doors, new prestigious tournaments, most important ones, playing the top players. Then I got used to that, and I tried to become a world champion, which means then fighting at the highest level. And somewhere in the middle of that second thing is when the first unexpected slump came along. Things seem to be going smoothly, and then suddenly you feel like you've hit a wall, performance wall. You can't get forward. And you realize that pushing yourself 100% is, while it's good to test your limits, it's not a long-term strategy. You really be one-dimensional. You have to keep time for yourself. Even if you're fairly independent, you might, let's say you don't have family commitments, but you're fairly independent, you still need to set time aside for other things to recover and so on. So roundabout then, I remember 93, 94, I started paying attention to this, which I had neglected for a while. I started paying attention to getting some time off, to learning to think about things. Spend a few moments in the day to enjoy. I mean, I was going to lovely places, but never taking the time to go out, look at anything. Just very, very focused on my chess and expand my horizons a bit. And the beautiful thing is, very soon you make the connection. Hey, this doesn't affect my performance at all. So, as a learning experience, that's when I first hit upon it. There were signs earlier, but I remember this feeling strongly. Know that sometimes to play well, you have to just stop, take time off from playing even.
So, what you're saying is that there is a lot of hard work if you want to be successful, if you want to be noticed, if you want to leave a footprint behind, a legacy behind, but balance it at some stage by looking around you, what people say, mindfulness of an awareness of things around you, like just take stock, enjoy small things, a cup of tea, just know what it is that you are having. Even that, sometimes we don't know, we just gulp it down. So take time to appreciate the little things as much as the big things, is what I think I heard you say as a message to people here, the youngsters. I'll come back, Vishy. I just want to talk to Viren for a moment, and then I'll come back to you. There's lots, I think, there is to talk with you. But I just want to go off to Viren and talk for a minute. So Viren, you don't come from a sporting family. Neither do you, Vishy, I think. So, yet you took up hockey. Most youngsters take up cricket. And the reason they take up cricket is because there is fame and money. And that fame and money is one of the driving motivations why we have all this. I don't think those days when you took up, there was that fame and money. So what was the motivation that got you to do something? It's not from family, because there isn't a father or a brother who was a hockey player. So where did that motivation come from? You became India's hockey captain. You played in the Olympics, and you've done extremely well in a tough sport, physically tough sport. So it's not easy. So where did that motivation come from to see something through? And where did you get your inspiration?
You're right. I came from a very normal, conservative, middle-class background. I grew up in the suburb of Bandra in Mumbai. And, growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, at that time, you had to become either a doctor or an engineer. And, mom was a doctor, dad was an engineer. My parents were super strict with my eldest brother. And he loved sport, and he eventually became an engineer. They were sort of medium strict with the second brother. He loved football. He was really good at football, and he eventually became an engineer as well. And for me, actually, I was the third and last and the luckiest one, because by the time I came along, my parents were not bothered at all. So and that's how I could actually start playing hockey.
So you went below the radar.
you can say that, but I just found myself as a bit lucky. In the funny part was that in 10th standard, which was the SSC board exams, I was a fairly good student. I came 13th on the Mumbai SSC merit. And again, back in the day, everyone and their uncle told my parents he should take up medicine or engineering. And I used to see my mom's big medical journals at home. And I used to see my brothers even bigger engineering books at home. And anyway, I couldn't understand a single equation in school. So I said both medicine and engineering, I would save more lives if I did not become a doctor. So I thought hockey was a little bit simpler for me, and that's how I took to hockey. And at that point of time, I love hockey. I was very lucky again in school because my school, St. Stanislaus High School, is famous for producing hockey players. We have produced around 6 or 7 players who have played for India, including a few Olympians. And my coach in school was an Olympian. His name was Marcellus Gomes. He played at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. And when I was 11, 12, 13 years old, he taught me everything I knew. And not just technical hockey skills, but I think more importantly, he taught me the importance of teamwork and discipline and commitment. And I think most importantly, taught me to believe in myself and to believe that I had the talent to, if I worked hard, that maybe I could achieve something in hockey. And honestly, we all need mentors and good teachers and coaches in life. And for me, Marcellus Gomes was that coach who changed my life when I was 11, 12 years old. So, I took it one step at a time. And, in your introduction, you rightly said about doing all these things, but also enjoying yourself along the way. And actually, I never looked upon it as a sacrifice. As an athlete, you go to sleep. I would be sleeping 9:30, 10 every night because training would start at 5:30, 6 in the morning, and I'm just too exhausted to last beyond 9:30 night. Again, it also helped that in those days there was hardly any internet, no Wi-Fi, no mobile phones. You had to go to, if you remember, the cyber cafes if you wanted to send an email. And so, but I never looked upon all that as a sacrifice because I was just doing what I love doing. And for me, playing hockey was there, and one thing led to another, and I went on to play for India and captain the Indian hockey team and play at the Olympics. I think it was just a tremendous journey. And I relate so much to what Anand said when he says, when you go to play tournaments, you're just so focused at that point of time. All I would see was airport, hotel, and hockey stadium. You go to next city, airport, hotel, hockey stadium. And I was in the Indian team by 18, 19 years old, and all my friends thought I was leading a very glamorous life. Because one week we were playing in Amsterdam, the next week in Munich, the next week we were flying across and playing in Sydney. And but it was hard to tell them that actually I didn't see anything. All I saw was the hotel and the airport and the hockey stadium. So, but at that point of time, sometimes it's hard to enjoy and remove the blinders. But I guess sometimes in hindsight, when you look back, you realize that actually it doesn't affect your game if you maybe sometimes take some time off to take a walk down the beach or take a stroll or have a cup of coffee.
But it's wonderful, Viren, that you had that stamina and the passion. I think you loved the game, and therefore you stayed with it. So I wanted to ask you is that you were saying there is so much of hard work. And Vishy also said, in order to be really successful, there is a lot of hard work. For most of us, if we reach some level, one level of success, we kind of get into a comfort zone and not really come up to what many people may think it's our full potential. I remember in school, most time the report would say not up to full potential, could do better. And I thought it was something, the rubber stamp that went for every child. But I think it is true that soon we hit our comfort zone. And I've read in Vishy's book that was something that he also struggled with at one stage. So how do you make sure that these youngsters who are going to step out, what tips do you have for them to, first of all, put in that effort to come to their full potential? And should they? And in coming to their full potential, are they losing out anywhere, or are they maximizing? So any thoughts on or tips?
I can't really say too much about others. Maybe I'll just say a little bit about, again, my own journey, in the sense that, like I said, after 10th standard, where, all Indian kids generally have to make a decision in life. For me, although everyone was saying study, do medicine, engineering, I wanted to play hockey. And I did what I felt was best for me. And I didn't feel that I needed anyone else to tell me what to do in life. And I backed myself, and I just said I'll work hard and take full responsibility and take full ownership for whatever my actions. I was fairly confident that if it did not succeed, I would go back to studies. And the same thing happened actually at the age of 27, when I had played 8-9 years for the Indian hockey team, and I was actually thinking of the next phase of my life. And at that point of time, everyone and their auntie said that I should be playing for another Olympic cycle, another 3-4 years more. And but at that point of time, when everyone wanted me to play, I wanted to study. And again, I just felt that the time was right to move on when I was at the peak of my game and do what I wanted to do. But I think the important thing here is, one is taking calculated risks, second, backing yourself, and third is actually being prepared. I actually did my homework when I was 15, that this is what I want to do. I had coaches, I had teams that I knew I want to train. I knew that I had to work really hard to get somewhere. And same when I was 27, I was already preparing for my GMAT, studying there, studying for it. I'd given my exams. And then when I got into ISB, I felt that the time was right to move on. So I think preparation gives you confidence to back yourself up. And if we prepare in the right way, if we think in the right direction, I think that will always help us take the next steps, take calculated risks, and not necessarily go down only the beaten path. We can always go down the path less trodden.
Thanks, Viren. Vishy, you had one goal, or everybody told you one goal at that time, which has become India's Grandmaster, the first Grandmaster. And you did become India's first Grandmaster. Why didn't you retire? Why did you in your book, you say that you were so happy, so satisfied that you kind of maybe got into a comfort zone. So do you have a different message? What would you suggest to these young leaders? How do they keep themselves motivated going, that's first successes, or for that matter, first failures? Both should not take you off the stage of life. So what would you suggest, Vishy? And how did you manage to keep yourself motivated then and today? Because you're continuing to play on the world stage and giving everybody a hard time. So winning. Vishy, over to you.
I think luckily, this is a self-correcting problem, in the sense that, of course, when I became a Grandmaster, I had the feeling, I've done this. And for a few months, that was enough. A bad result, you could shrug it off and just go on with life, because you still feel very good about yourself. But I said this is self-correcting because it's almost human to have this kind of blind ambition, even illogical ambition. Maybe it's not justified, but we have it. And it's there. So it doesn't have to be a conscious effort. You don't have to say, how do I motivate myself? Usually there is a natural way where you'll come around to motivating yourself, and another one where you push yourself slightly to do it. So after a few months as a Grandmaster, I realized the world works in a certain way. People forget that you became a Grandmaster. You also have to move on. And it's time to set yourself. Second thing, I would say, as a species, we are very curious. You want to see how far can I go? And I think the nicest challenges are the futile ones, because when you try for something you have no earthly right to try for, you discover a lot about yourself. And you will very fondly remember this. Even in sports, we have met so many people who said, well, I knew I was not really going to play professionally, but I just wanted to see how good I could be. That's really thing. So that comes naturally. But the important thing is to understand the necessity of having some sort of conscious goal. You can't just fly blind. You have a conscious goal and say, this is what I'm going to aim for. Now, this doesn't have to be an arrow pointing upwards. It can point sideways. You can say, I want to do something a bit more fun, or I want to do something creative, or I want to help someone else, whatever. But setting new goals like that, you get the motivation back to work. And then it's very exciting to do it. For me, it was almost natural. I understood that having become a grandmaster, I had a decent chance in world champion, nothing overwhelming, but I could not imagine a world in which I wouldn't try it. I would anyway enjoy the benefits of being a grandmaster. And now being from a country without a chess history had its advantages, because people want to see you. So organizers invite you because they think, Russian playing chess, no biggie, but an Indian playing chess, well, let's invite him and find out and see what it is. So you benefit as well on the other end. And I just went about working towards the world title, which means the constant improvements. But these pay off in other ways, because when you play the rest of the tournament circuit, you benefit from that anyway. So you're essentially what you're saying, I'm a better chess player. And if that journey takes me to world champion, great. After I became world champion, it's a bit interesting. You still have to find new ways to push yourself. You have to say, well, I'm going to strive for a new rating record, or breaking records. And you see some people who are brilliant at this. They, even when you think they can really be satisfied, they're not. And that's very nice. And here again, a little bit of work-life balance comes back. You have to understand what is right for you. Now, which means it can be something where your career goals are part of a bigger goal set that you're looking at. So as I said, not exclusively an arrow pointing upwards, but you can also expand how you want to do it. It can be creative things. I want to do things at chess that I've not done before. I want to win in more time controls, try in more formats. You expand your thing like that. And but that's what makes life interesting. The key thing is then understanding when you're likely to perform well and what are the conditions in which that happens. And for me, very often, the answer to that was when I'm relaxed, when I've slept well, when I'm in a positive frame of mind. And so things that are healthy are not contrary to a goal at all. In fact, they're the best way of reaching it. And when you do that, then also the effort of understanding, enjoying life, understanding people might be successful in other walks of life. I think appreciating that also gives you some feedback. And it sets up a kind of balance where you're not obsessed. It allows you to recover faster from failures if you have other things to do, if you can change the topic, and so on. So it's all connected. As you become a bit healthier, a bit more flexible, you find you've taken a weight off your back, and that's the nice feeling.
So Vishy and Viren, both of you, and Vishy, this is to you, both of you have been very fortunate that from a young age, you discovered your passion, maybe a passion which you then built on to know what you want to do, at least for the early years of your life, and then you built on it. For most of us, when we are moving either because our parents are pushing us in one direction or peer pressure or many things, that when we have joined a business school, our definition or purpose beyond is maybe the first job, maybe a lovely car, maybe a house, maybe a great holiday, and very little beyond that. So both of you are talking about a purpose, a goal. And in that, it could be up, it could be sideways, it could be holistic, many things. But the first job, did I get it right or wrong, itself is stressful enough. Today's goals, have I met it or not, is stressful enough. And these are very short-term objectives that is driving us in our actions today. So how do I step back and set proper goals and not get buffeted by either short-term victory or failure? The kind of goals that you're talking about, you had the passion, you discovered it early. Many of us discover it serendipitously. And so any tips, any suggestions of how do these youngsters discover their purpose in life? What tips can you give them of how to introspect and how to set those goals? I know it is different for each individual and they need to discover it. But how would you help them think this through?
Well, in a similar way to Viren, I was very, very fortunate that my parents were incredibly supportive. I mean, first, because my mother herself was the one who introduced me to chess and thing. But I think it also benefited from the fact that I was doing something that nobody really knew how to judge. I mean, I'm sure my dad would have given me more advice if I had tried to become an engineer, but becoming a chess player, what could he say? He kind of left it and said, okay, you figure your way out. And that was nice. One of the things I feel now is that the path is much broader. There are things you have to do in the right way. But can I say that at this moment, this choice was very important, because if I had not done it, I would not have become world champion? No. It's normal to be very concerned at a young age that you're taking the right steps or following the right path. But as you get older, you realize that there are many paths that could have led you to the goal. And it's important not to obsess about it. This is something we have to discover for ourselves. You can't learn it by thing, but it's nonetheless useful to know, to hear other people say, it doesn't matter that much. And I think that is important. The other thing is, how do I create an ambience where I tend to perform the best? This is very personal, because we often try to see how somebody else did it, but we're all pretty unique, and so there'll be a lot of quirks. I mean, you could say very broad things, be interested in this and that, collaborate with people, and so on. But in a narrow sense, what irritates you before you go to sleep? What emotion do you have that you don't admit to everyone, but it affects you a lot? It could be jealousy, it could be envy, it could be these things we don't broadcast, but then you need to see, when does it peak? When does it happen? And can I develop any perspective to minimize it next time? Because it doesn't correlate well with performance. When I try to do a good job, if I've had these feelings sometime, I often find that it's harder to get back on track, that sort of thing. So you have to keep a keen eye out for yourself, and nobody else can do this for you. I mean, no amount of coaching can substitute for what a person finds for themselves. And no amount of, it's not reducible to a finite number of steps that works for everyone. Everyone has to find their own cooking recipe, so to speak.
So friends, I think the first thing is that, Vishy as a chess player is, and thanks to his mother's training, used to write down at the end of every game what worked and what did not work. It was in a way a training, but also a discipline that of taking stock of what we do right and what we could do better, so that we are better prepared to face the challenges as we go forward. Starting with is a self-assessment. We are very good at assessing others, but our own self-assessment, that is what I'm hearing Vishy say. Take stock. It could be small emotions. Just because you're a little upset before sleep means you've messed up your night's sleep which means you're not at your best next morning to perform. And for all of us, our performance is dependent on the quality of our actions. And our actions are driven by how good we feel about ourselves, as Viren said, and as Vishy is saying, both at a physical level and at an emotional level. And therefore, how do we assess? How do we take stock? And it is not a miracle that from tomorrow I will stop being short-tempered. From tomorrow I will stop being this. No, it's the Japanese way of Kaizen, as they called it. Small steps in the right direction. And I think that is what I'm hearing you say, Vishy. An awareness, take stock of how you did. How did you do a relationship? Oh, shucks, I shouldn't have said that. I wish I had said it better. And take stock and make those marginal improvements. But even an awareness of what I could have done better makes us better. Is that what I heard you say? I think, Vishy, in a way.
Definitely, and you put it very well. It's a small things. I mean, only you'll know that a small incident at the airport before you arrived at the tournament, or a small interaction somewhere got under your skin much more than what people think. I mean, if you read sports journalists write about an event, they'll always try to dissect the result based on what they see. But there are 1,000 little things that can happen in the back. And this is really about understanding yourself and what produces emotional stability. Of course, I'm not claiming this is a solved problem. It's something I continue to work on every day, but nonetheless, that's the journey. You're right. You're absolutely right. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I know we know who to ask, but sure. So Viren, you know, you were telling us about how at the peak of your career, you decided to sidestep and look at doing an MBA, like many of, you know, our friends in the audience are doing. There is a clarity in the direction of the choice you wanted to make. How do you bring that clarity in that decision making? My first job is a nightmare. I know of young people who are not able to sleep if they don't get placed on day 0 or day 1 or whatever it is. And they're affected by that. Whereas I know that in 2 years, they've moved on from there, and when they look back, they wonder, what the hell? How did you have that clarity, a direction, a purpose? And can you, based on your own decision making, share some insights to our young friends?
Yeah, absolutely, Ramnath sir. I think, you know, I can again so relate to the challenges that most of these school students are facing today, because I was in that same position in the year 2009 when, if you remember, sir, during that period, it was the global meltdown. There was the Lehman Brothers issue. There was the Satyam scandal. Our ISB dean had to resign from the board. So it was a very tough, challenging financial year. Jobs were at a premium. Placements were really tough. And, you know, after a lot of campus interviews, etc., I actually got a conventional corporate job in one of the big MNCs. I was supposed to be starting in Delhi. I got a very decent pay packet. And, you know, I had a 3-month break before I was supposed to start my job in Delhi. And then actually I happened to meet the OGQ board, Geet, Prakash, people who I really admired. And at that point of time, OGQ was a not-for-profit organization. We didn't have much funds. It was still more or less an idea on paper, still to really concretize in terms of the idea. But what struck me the most when I met yourself, sir, Geet Sethi and Prakash Padukone, of course, who were heroes and role models for me. And when I had those initial meetings, what changed my thought process at that point of time was that this is a place where I can learn a lot. This is a great environment to learn something from scratch. It was a blank white board, and I could draw my own picture, and it gave me the freedom to pursue my passion. And for me, the passion at that point of time was I couldn't win an Olympic medal myself, and I wanted to help the next generation of athletes do something that I couldn't do. And it gave me the platform to put the wrongs right where over the last decade from my own experience of playing. And I felt that I would be backed by a great board. I would be backed by people who had far more wisdom and experience than me. And for me, the ability to learn from leaders in their own field, people to learn from leaders from different walks of life, to have a good environment, that was more attractive to me than the pay package. And doing something where if I had gone for that other job, I would have been on Excel sheets 24/7, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But at that point of time, I had to make a choice. Would I take a bigger pay packet and do something that I was maybe not so passionate about, versus learning a lot, being in the right environment with great people? For me, it was a no-brainer. And again, like I always knew, like in sport, this is a marathon, and the first job is like a sprint. If we think of only of that, but life is not like that. And I remember, sir, when training for the Indian hockey team, endurance is one of the biggest key, key factors that you have to have as a player. And I used to hate the endurance training. We used to run thrice a week. Very often our camps were in Delhi, and we used to run from the National Stadium to India Gate to Rashtrapati Bhavan and back like 6-7 times. And it was horrible because I hated. I loved the speed training. I loved explosive strength training. But I didn't like the endurance part. But sometimes you got to have strength to push through those tough phases. And I think life is like a marathon. In a marathon, I remember those early morning runs from National Stadium to Rashtrapati Bhavan. Every kilometer, I used to literally count that, I felt like giving up, and I didn't want to do it. And your body's paining, and, you're not feeling like running that morning. And sometimes you got to push through the tough times as well. But every kilometer would teach you a different, it would teach you something different about your body and about yourself. And I think the mind has to be really strong to last a marathon.
A couple of things I'm learning from both of you. One is that it is okay to make a slight compromise if that means you enjoy what you do. Second thing is, don't lose your ability to learn at every opportunity. Even if it is a painful endurance test, every kilometer teaches you something new about your body. But that ability to learn, we've had Alvin Toffler and all of them talk to us about the illiterate of the century, is somebody who's not able to unlearn and learn. So that openness to learning, I think keeps us, itself is a joy. And every opportunity in an area, like you said, a blank paper, where you are able to create your own path and chalk out your path and constantly learn from everything around you, from people, from situations. And Vishy talking about curiosity. And a lot of it is sometimes our education system kills some of our curiosity and our, don't go away from the textbook and stick to this, or learning doesn't become as broad as what both of you are recommending. Therefore, the need for each one of you individuals out there, students, to pull yourself out from there and create that mindset to constantly be curious, to learn. That's how innovation comes. That's how you yourself will discover more about what you may like or not like, and then figure out purpose in life. Is that, Viren, how you think we should?
Absolutely, sir. I think just being, you rightly said about being curious and not get sucked into the place where you're you're only doing what people want you to do. I think sometimes it's important. I think, like they say, a good coach is one who teaches you how to make your own decisions. And because once you step across the white lines, finally, when you go there, you got to make your own decisions. The coach is not going to play for you. True. And that's something that we must always understand, that finally we have to take our own decisions and be willing to back ourselves and then take ownership and responsibility for everything.
True. So, Viren, as the CEO and board member at Olympic Gold Quest, OGQ, one of the things that many young girls have in this country are not enough role models. Success has been mostly men because women may not have had equal enough opportunity. That is changing. And you, in your Olympic Gold Quest, in helping many young girls help India get medals for themselves and for the country, are you seeing a bunch of young women who are out there making India proud? And what qualities are you seeing in them that they're able to break some of these traditional restrictions that have been put around women and come out? Mary Kom, mother, not once, I think she has a set of twins and 3 children, if I'm not mistaken. Like that, you know many women who have done extremely well in spite of all sorts of ceilings and boundaries that are put around them. So what are you seeing in these women? Our women's hockey team, for example.
Absolutely, Ramat. I couldn't agree. I think we're seeing literally a chain reaction, I think, in women's sport at the moment. If you think about the biggest stars in Olympic sport today in India, I think most of them are women. From Mary Kom to Saina to Sindhu to Sania Mirza to Mirabai Chanu to Vinesh Fogart to the Indian women's hockey team. I think all of them are achieving. And I think it's important also to note that most of them came from backgrounds where sport was not a natural path for most of them. Most of them came from families where they didn't have the right coaching, they didn't have the right training, the right infrastructure, the right nutrition, no support at all. Take the Indian women's hockey team. I mean, half the team comes from small villages in Haryana. Growing up, none of them had AstroTurf hockey grounds to play. None of them had the right coaching. Most of them come from backgrounds where they can't wear jeans, they can't own their own mobile phones, they can't marry someone of their choice. So these are tough situations, and yet they're able to rise above that. And I've seen it over the last decade that if women are given the right opportunities and the right platform, and if they're given a level playing field, I think they can achieve far more than men. And I think it's very important at every stage, especially in the corporate world as well, to give the right opportunities and especially leadership opportunities to women. It's extremely important to bring that perspective into our thinking. Even within OGQ now, almost half the employees are women, half the athletes we support are women athletes. This Tokyo Olympics was the first Olympics where there was gender equality in terms of the number. It was 50% male and female athletes. So it's great to see, and we definitely have to move towards that in all aspects of that.
Thanks, Viren. Vishy, question to you, Vishy. You have said that talent by itself, while it is a great thing to have, may not be the only thing to make you a champion. How do you convert yourself from being a strong player to a champion? And therefore, what is it, many of us get satisfied because at early days, we suddenly get 99 and 100 and we think we know everything. But you have moved from just that talent to a strong player, to a champion year after year, and taken on the world. So what did you do? to convert yourself?
Okay, my own impression of talent is it is a real thing. It exists, but in a very small quantity. So I'll tell you why. It exists because there are many young chess players who put in the same number of hours, who are as dedicated, but one person will make what seems to be effortless progress, whereas the others will appear to be slogging. So it clearly exists. But at the same time, you can give me a position I'm unfamiliar with, and clearly I'm talented at chess because there is some baseline competence below which I don't drop. But I flounder in positions I've not studied and spent time on. And when I work on something, then my intuition improves noticeably. I become much better, much smoother. My thoughts are more coherent in that same chess position. I believe this works for almost every walk of life. Maybe at some fundamental level, we are attuned to some kind of work. Our brain is slightly optimized in one area rather than another, and we call this talent. But it's very limited. It simply points in the direction. If you find a profession which is in which your optimized brain works well, then that's good. But beyond that, it's almost entirely work. And if you want to get good at something, you work at it. And you not only get good at explaining why you're doing something, you get much better at doing something without realizing it. Essentially, muscle memory. Very few, especially in physical sports, but equally in mental sports, but especially in physical sports, the best shots come when they're not thinking about, now I have to do this. It just doesn't work that way. And so, but it's only practice which builds that second thing. And mostly everything is work, but if you enjoy something, it doesn't feel like work. And that allows you to put a phenomenal amount of time in it without resenting that. So the key thing is to find something you really love. And if it is not something you really love, find some little detail in it which you really like. Try to make it. So when I work on some area in chess, which is not amongst my favorites. I mean, for instance, I'm more naturally drawn to middle games rather than end games. But when I work on end games, if I reduce it to the next time I play an end game, I need to do this stage very well. And I've reduced the thing. I work on that very well. Then during the board, it allows me to focus. It allows me to concentrate because I have reduced it to a slightly narrow thing, which I can do well. It would be too ambitious to say I'm going to do the whole thing well because I know my brain will wander off. But you try to make a small bit of it enjoyable. Once you get better at that, you try to make some other small bit enjoyable. And that way you get good at things you're not naturally good at also. You're not naturally inclined towards. So like this, you can follow strategies to make things more fun to do, to get better in certain areas. But whether it's something you like or dislike, nothing really beats the number of hours you sit there as a way of predicting your performance. You can be very clever how you use those hours, but not much more than that.
The tipping point says 10,000 attempts at any point in time. And I think they try to quantify what you just said, that it takes a hell of a lot of effort to succeed and for it to become intuitive and a habit. So it comes naturally. So nobody realizes that there is so much of hard work when they see you play, whether it is against any opponent or the speed chess that you do. Nobody realizes the hard work that went behind it because it looks so natural, so intuitive. And you're saying all of that is because you took an assessment of where you needed to focus so that your brain is available for that focus and spend the time focusing and preparing. Is that
very much? And once you have lost a game in a way you didn't need to for the 10th time, believe me, you will get around to working on it because it really drives you nuts.
Yeah, so potential, talent is fantastic to have. It's a natural gift. Don't mess it up. You need to back it with hard work. Tipping Point says 10,000 hours, 10,000 times. Vishy says just do it where your brain lets you focus and do it well. So Vishy, before I move to Viren, and I think we're getting towards the end, I wanted to ask you one question. We've spoken a lot about how you have succeeded, but your journey has not been only up. You've been a pioneer for India, broken many paths and records. And in that process, you have failed sometimes. Yet today, you are our world champion in chess. So 2 questions really. One is, how do you pick yourself up when you think I should not have actually failed, or you just got beaten? So, how do you pick yourself up from a defeat in life, in a game? How do you pick yourself up? Second is, you are now a role model. So what is preventing many other youngsters, you've shown the way, in India to reach your levels?
Okay, so I think the most important thing is to recover emotionally, then to recover technically. And that's because when you haven't recovered emotionally, you're not capable of recovering technically. You recover best technically when you look at something dispassionately, you dissect it, and you figure out, this is how I crack it, this is how I make sure it doesn't happen again. But when you're angry, you cannot think clearly, so it has to recover. Clearly, experience is what teaches you. From your first defeat, you understand, hey, I came back after my first defeat, so that is something. I know it's not the end of the world, sort of thing. You get slightly better at recovering every time. You know what you have to do. You get better at knowing what you have to do to recover emotionally. How do you put things aside? This can mean taking the evening off to taking 2 months off, as I've done at different stages of my career. You simply give yourself enough distance so that the pain goes away. Then you slowly come back. You look at the very difficult stuff. The painful stuff, if you look at after some time has passed, it doesn't feel that bad. And then you slowly get back. So it's almost a 2-stage thing. First, you realize there is life at the end of the tunnel. And second, you realize you're in a tunnel. And if this has happened a few times, you're more and more confident about that and not easily flustered.
Asking you why not many have reached where you are.
And just the other thing, I think chess nowadays is very, very competitive across the world. Thanks to especially communications and computers, more and more countries and people have access to the best training methods, even if they're isolated geographically. And as a result, chess is more global than it's ever been before. This means that it's a very competitive sport right now, globally. And it's very hard to say for sure that why you're not breaking through or something like that. It may happen, it may simply be something beyond your control. But you've got to be just patient, hang in there. I think, especially now, there are lots of extremely talented youngsters, and many of them are actually in the top 2 by many yardsticks. I work with them in the Westbridge and the Chess Academy that I'm doing now. I'm trying to help them a little bit. And I think it's essentially very close. It'll happen, but unfortunately, we can't train this. Just like with OGQ, you feel that we have created a better baseline, that a lot of our athletes have a certain checklist, a lot of items are ticked. But beyond that, you can only be the background, and sometimes things just have to click for them. But I'm very optimistic both for chess and for OGQ that we have set the baseline so that it's easier when it does click.
So I'm going to go to Viren, but Vishy, I'll come back to you for one last statement after I speak with Viren. is there any message that you want to leave for these youngsters? So it gives you a moment to think, and I'll come back to you. So Viren, question I had for you is, many of our MBA students start off at junior positions. Like you are a player, and then when you became the captain of India's hockey team, what was the change mentally that you had to bring about to be accepted as the captain, as the leader? And how, was there anything that you want to share that you had to change in the way you approach the team or the game?
Yeah, good question, sir. Actually, when I started in the team as a youngster, 18, 19 years old, and at that point of time, there were many senior players in the team. And you know how it is in India, when you're a junior in the team, you're only meant to be seen and not heard. And I could never imagine giving my viewpoint in the team meeting or telling people that, what we're doing in training is all crap, and we need to be doing it much better. So I think few of the things I tried to incorporate when I eventually became the captain, and I was still a captain at a young age. I became captain at 24, and there were players who were senior to me in the team as well. And number one, I always try to lead by example in terms of work ethic, in terms of training loads that I would take, and really set the example, set the tone. Not just by work ethic, but also by positive body language. Number two, just like I mentioned also before, creating the right environment where everyone had a safe place to air their opinions and not be worried about being judged, and create an environment where we respect each other's opinions. We may not, we may or may not agree with other opinions, but it's important to respect each other's opinions. And number three, always, like as I became senior, always try to follow a policy of, if you're ticking off someone, try to do that in private as much as possible. And if you're praising someone, it's okay to do that in the group setting. And no matter whether it's ticking off or praise, just keep it short. And because people are generally smart, and there's no need to do that for too long. So I think I love the fact that I was a hockey player, because I got to be in a team environment from a young age. And I think group dynamics and learning to work in teams where you know and understand that everyone in the team has a role to play, and not everyone's role is the same, and you don't always get the bouquet. Sometimes you get the brickbats, and not necessarily that you can be the hero. But if you learn and respect the fact that you also contribute in a big way in the team, I think that helps you a lot to respect yourself and appreciate yourself in what you are contributing.
So stop giving gyan, set the example when you become the leader. People follow what you do, not necessarily what you say, is what I heard you say. So Viren, I'll ask Vishy for his last message, and then I'll come back to you for any last message that you may have to these young MBAs. Vishy, over to you.
Since all of you are, in a sense, at the start of your journey, I don't want to shorten it. Every bit is beautiful. So I will say this. Experience everything for the first time. That is very nice. No matter how good it gets, enjoy it as much as you can now. And the bad moments, the first time you go through them, it will feel like your world is falling apart. I don't want to deprive you of either sensation. Just that as time goes along, I hope you will see that you will have many more shots in life. So you can be a little bit relaxed, but the first time you feel your world is falling apart, that's wonderful. Feel it, enjoy it.
Thank you, Vishy. Straight from the heart, one sucker punch. Wonderful. Viren, what do you have to say?
I think for me, it just takes courage to succeed. And that courage may sometimes involve facing defeats. For us as athletes, for me as a hockey player, facing defeat and facing injuries, those were the two hardest things to face. But in the long run, if you have courage, I think you can overcome everything.
Have the courage, be prepared. Life is going to have its ups and downs. Have your purpose, work hard, and I'm sure you will all be the role models for the generation that's coming behind you. That's the message that at least I got from you, Vishy, and you, Viren. Thank you very much for this wonderful session that you have had. You've spent your time. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Thank you very much.